We welcome partnerships with all peace-loving Ugandans and organizations together with our partners to ensure that we reach all parts of Uganda with the message of peace, tolerance, unity, and patriotism. We look forward to a very engaging and fruitful discussion with clear recommendations that we can share with the government for God and my country. Thank you, Pauline. Pauline, you have reminded me to invite the UN Resident Coordinator to deliver her remarks. You're welcome now.
Good morning. I'll start by recognizing the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, who we understand will be joining us shortly, the Chairperson of Uganda Human Rights Commission, all our elders, political and religious leaders in the room, all the members of academia who are here with us, members of the diplomatic community, representatives of civil society, and of course my own family members from the UN, all distinguished ladies and gentlemen, including those who are following us online. It gives me great pleasure on behalf of the United Nations family, in partnership with the Ugandan Human Rights Commission, to welcome you as we commemorate this very special day, the International Day of Peace. On behalf of the UN family, I bring you greetings and goodwill messages from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres and the entire UN fraternity in Uganda. As has been mentioned before, every year we commemorate this International Day of Peace on the 21st of September. Unfortunately, this year we could not make the 21st, but we find ourselves here, and I think no matter what the reason, it's an auspicious occasion. The theme for the International Day of Peace, as was mentioned before, is End Racism, Build Peace, a theme that indeed resonates with our plurality and humankind, as humankind in the quest for tolerance and inclusivity in all spheres. In his message for this year's International Day of Peace, the UN Secretary General notes that peace is a noble and necessary pursuit, and the only practical pathway to a better, fairer world for all people. That in too many places, in too many contexts, we are failing the cause of peace. We can all appreciate the centrality of peace in creating a just, peaceful, and stable Uganda, a stable region, and a stable continent. Its centrality in advancing our individual and collective political aspirations, its centrality in building the economy of Uganda, its centrality in attaining the Sustainable Development Goals, and we can translate that to Vision 2040 and NDP 3. And next then, the question is, to what extent are we all promoting or failing the cause of peace in our society, both individually and collectively? The Secretary General further calls upon all of us this year to reflect on ways that we can make sure that we reduce the negative impacts that we may have in terms of creating this environment of lack of peace. And as been mentioned before, perhaps racism is not the most relevant theme to take for Uganda. The choice was to go with tribalism and sectarianism, looking at that and seeing ways that we can minimize their impact. Uganda is a blessed country, its people, cultural diversity, its breathtaking landscape, rivers, lakes, hills, mountains, its serene weather, plenty and wide variety of food and hospitality, which is unmatched in the region. The government has made strides towards entrenching peace post-independence. security, rule of law, strengthening institutions compared to the Uganda of yesteryear. However, of course, as had been mentioned also by the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission, we can all appreciate that peace is nurturing and a continuous journey, a daily journey that we need to work on improvements and addressing any barriers that are created towards it. The achievement of peace is grounded on multiple factors, included but not limited to prevention of violent threats and peaceful coexistence of all women, men, and children, economic, social, and political security for all, and addressing climate change, among others. So it's broad. It also calls upon the government, in terms of building this peace, to focus more on systems, structures, and capacities to address underlying causes of inequality and instability and foster harmonious relationships with neighboring countries to promote peace and have women, men, children, and vulnerable groups at the center of its peace and security. Through our own cooperation framework with the government, the United Nations continues to advocate and support the government and the people of Uganda to uphold and promote a peaceful and inclusive society for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, that continuous work of all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels as provided for in our global goal of SDG 16 and also in the National Development Instruments of Uganda. As we talk about peace today with the view of improving our relationships, I acknowledge the regional challenges and their implications on Uganda. I therefore also take this opportunity to commend the government of Uganda for supporting regional peace. Remarkable contributions have been made on several fronts, key among them the efforts in Somalia, the efforts in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, particularly in wanting to severely disrupt the capabilities of ADF. Uganda has also championed efforts to support the East African Community Regional Force to restore peace and security in Eastern DRC. And of course, we cannot forget the role that Uganda plays in terms of hosting over 1.6 million refugees from neighboring countries, a critical factor in terms of restoring, supporting peace in the region. There are indeed significant gestures in this true spirit of brotherhood and a manifestation of the Ubuntu philosophy, I am because we are. And the United Nations would like to applaud the government for its contribution in this regard. And despite these achievements, of course, we must do better. Despite all the progress that has been made in post-independent Uganda, there are certain areas that we still must work on in terms of further strengthening and including in upholding the rule of law by all, respect of human rights, and accountability. The UN is committed to working with all the parties to support capacity development in these areas. And lastly, I take this opportunity to thank you all really for being here at the invitation of the Ugandan Human Rights Commission and for organizing this dialogue, very timely dialogue. And the people of Uganda generally for the faith and support that has been given to us as a United Nations family. I also wish to thank all our development partners who are here and willing to work this journey with us. And I really do wish us a fruitful dialogue. I see this as a process. It's a dialogue. I imagine that there will be future iterations of this dialogue, and I look forward to all of us continue to be in it together. And with that, thank you all again. And I think somebody dug this up from the second stanza of the national anthem. And it says that our country's call in peace and friendship will live. And I think for all of us who are living in the country now, even if we don't claim it as our citizens, we bid on that. I look forward to the conversations and all the future conversations that will come. Thank you.
Let us give a round of applause for all our hosts for welcoming us and giving us the context for this conversation. Allow me to recognize a few more guests, distinguished guests. I have seen the Executive Director of the Inter-Party Organization for Dialogue. Mr. Rusa, you are very welcome. Thank you for being with us today. I recognize the presence of the representative of the National Resistance Movement, who will be part of our panel this morning. You are very welcome. I recognize the presence of Honorable Medad Segona, Member of Parliament, and a member of National Unity Platform. You are very welcome. And I recognize the presence of the Deputy Head of the UN Human Rights, Ms. Grace Kelly. You are very welcome. Honorable Philip Kalokohide, the External Minister of Bunyoro Chitara Kingdom, representing His Royal Highness Dr. Solomon Gafausa Iguru I, we welcome you very warmly. As I had mentioned to you, the Honorable Minister for Justice will be joining us to give us the keynote address, and Dr. Zahara Nampel will discuss that keynote address. But you will allow us to continue with the panel, and I will inconvenience our distinguished panelists that when the Honorable Minister arrives, we will break from the panel briefly to handle that segment of the program. We are live on Twitter, we are live on NBS TV. Our hashtag on Twitter is International Peace Day, UG. On all our platforms, Uganda Human Rights Commission, UN Women, OCHA, and yes, live on NBS as well. So please get the conversation going as we move into this very exciting part of our program today. I would like to welcome the Honorable Winnie Kiza, former Leader of Opposition. She will be moderating this section, and I will allow her to invite her distinguished panelists to join her thereafter. Honorable Winnie Kiza, you are welcome.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as you may be aware, we are running short of time, and therefore we may continue with the processes of the panel while we wait for other things to be fixed. I therefore would like to take this moment to invite the panelists who are present with us here, and our panel consists of leaders from the different political parties that we have in this country. May I therefore take this opportunity to invite the Honorable Jimmy Akena, the President of the Uganda People's Congress. I'm not following any specific order. May I invite the Honorable Medad Segona, the leader of the National Unity Platform and Member of Parliament, His representing the National Unity Platform, and I know he's there as a leader. May I invite the Honorable I'm pausing because I would like to be guided then, depending on the information that was passed before. Okay, fine, thanks. May I invite the Honorable Patrick Oboy Amriat, the President of the Forum for Democratic Change. I invite retired Major General Gregory Mugisha Muntu, a leader at the Alliance for National Transformation. May I invite Major Okwiri Waboni, representing the National Resistance Movement. I think the Major Okwiri Waboni is still on the way coming, and he will join us as and when he arrives. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here to speak about peace in our continent, peace in our country, and I know that we all have this desire for peace. Everybody knows we may not be able to unpack this statement that political tensions sometimes become a recipe for the absence of peace. And standing here to moderate a panel of politicians, I feel so greatly honored. I will start from possibly my far right, with the member that I invited in first, the Honorable Jimmy Akena. And this question is just going to all the political party leaders. That we all know that peace is not necessarily the absence of war. We all need peace as Ugandans. Where you see it from your different political parties, what would be your assessment of our peace situation in this country currently as political parties? To you, Honorable Jimmy Akena.
Thank you very much. It's difficult to quantify peace, especially coming from the context of where Uganda has been, without looking at the aspect which started with war and bring it to the current context. I am actually glad that my brother Norbert Mao is here, because some years back we were part of the team which went into South Sudan seeking to bring about the peace in northern Uganda. At that stage, a lot of our people were displaced, and the life condition was actually quite dire. And therefore, it was a key first step that we needed the absence of war. As you alluded, there's much more to peace than the absence of war, but you cannot have any semblance of peace in that sort of environment. So our first order of business as political players, which also came at the beginning of the multi-party dispensation, was to seek the peace. It took us out of our comfortable environment, and I'm also very glad that my cultural leader is here, in that at some stage they also had to get involved in trying to find ways of how do we end the war and have a disengagement which goes beyond who was right, who was wrong, but to bring healing among the peoples who had been affected by that war. So now, as a political player, and I'm glad you brought up this issue of peace goes beyond. Currently, we're having questions which touch on the very substance of society is feeling left out. In aspects of leadership, there are those who don't quite see themselves represented. And also conflict of resources is manifesting in some areas and taking some tribal overtones. But in essence, it is more of the needs not being met within the society. So from the context of us in the Uganda People's Congress, we of course want a more holistic aspect which goes beyond. And basing on the theme on which this dialogue has been brought about, ending sectarianism and tribalism, we have to go a lot beyond and lay a foundation which will create those avenues for the future. Sectarianism, tribalism are often from perception, often real or imagined, and also the lack of understanding. The UPC program from the 60s was to try to bring people together, especially at the formative stages. Like secondary schools, there was an issue of scattering and trying to mix people. That at that formative stage, if somebody has appreciation that all of these other communities, ethnic communities within the context of Uganda, we are one and the same, we have same goals and aspirations, it gives a better foundation going forward. And those are policy aspects which, as a political leader, I would love to see more emphasis put, because on the legal framework can only deal with preventing the negative manifestation, but it's not going to create a sort of society which we hope and aspire to see.
Akena, we shall continue from there. We just want to listen into the Honorable Medad Segona Lubega, where you sit at your political command center. How do you assess the situation?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me correct the impression. I'm not the leader of the National Unity Platform. Otherwise, from here, I would walk into the disciplinary committee for holding out. I want to thank you, first of all, the organizers of this discussion or dialogue about peace. I think peace is a meal for all of us. And we're talking about peace within our hearts, peace within our borders, and peace outside our borders. You have related peace to sectarianism and tribalism. I actually would not have any problem with someone thinking as a tribalist, if that is your choice, as long as those overtones do not cross into other people's rights. So I would not have a problem. Think about your tribe, think about your family, think about your country, as long as those overtones do not cross into other people's space. I would not have a problem. I think I want to appreciate my son, Jimmy Akena, when he takes us back into the history. When we were young, we would hear of our fathers going to study in Ombachi, in Nyakasura, etc., and mixing up, especially those of us who grew up in cosmopolitan societies. We did not know much about tribe. But now let's talk about peace in the context of our constitution, coming back home. The preamble to our constitution recognizes our past as turbulent, and therefore makes a commitment of all Ugandans towards peace. And are we living towards that dream of our forefathers? I think not. As a member of Parliament, the first thing I was introduced to is Article 79 of the Constitution, that I'm supposed to make laws for the good governance, peace and development of this country. And I think from that front of Parliament, we have tried. As to whether the implementers of the Constitution have lived to that is a different matter. Talk about peace in relation to elections. I mean, how else would a country bring up leaders? It is through elections, but we've had a turbulent history in terms of elections. Whenever we've had elections in this country, there has been bloodshed. Maybe apart from the 1961-62 elections. In 61, we won where I lived, and I've since shifted. We won the election, which was only for, and we were in government for only 1 year. In 1966-67, there was no election, there was no peace. 1971, there was no election, there was no peace. Come to 1980, we were told because of rigging, the person who lost the election and was not cheated out went and waged a war. There was no peace. And at some point, some of the generals were telling us we fought a war to create peace. Do we have peace? Since that time, whenever we've been having an election, we have not been having peace as a country. My son set a pace. I think he spoke for only 10 minutes, and I want to speak for only 5. Now, when we talk about international borders, for as long as I've been an adult, this region has not had peace. Why? Greed, aggression, name it. We have been able to fight in DR Congo, been able to fight in South Sudan. At some point, there was a threat to fight in Kenya, etc. I think peace is a commitment that we need to take wholesomely, and all of us commit ourselves to. And of late, you've seen what is happening across the globe. In Afghanistan, we are at war. In Libya, there's no peace. The latest is Ukraine and Russia. Just imagine, I had always thought that we would learn from Europe. We would not have wars. And we keep manufacturing guns. What are they for? They're not for creating peace. Guns are primarily for aggression. Of course, somebody would tell me, yes, we also manufacture these guns or weapons to defend our territorial integrity and sovereignty of our borders. But how about those that we use to aggress against other sovereign nations? How about the guns? Even amongst the people themselves. Even those that cannot afford guns are using stones. You've seen how we create chaos in our own countries. From the perspective of the National Unity Platform, ours is a commitment to peace. You remember when we went for the election where we strongly believe we were cheated out and where we were aggressed upon. Many people thought we were going to move to the streets. And a number of people continue to express disappointment that we did not go to the street. Of course, that does not mean we are seated and we're not doing anything. We are doing something. But our primary commitment is peace. Security within our borders, security of humankind is our foremost commitment. I want to thank you because I can see you picking up your microphone. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Segona, representing the National Unity Platform. I addressed you as a leader of the National Unity Platform in the sense of a leader, not necessarily the party president. So please just be at peace with yourself. You are not going for any disciplinary action. Can we hear from the Honorable Patrick Oboy Amriat from the Forum for Democratic Change?
Thank you very much. And it's a good feeling to be here this morning to speak about a topic that has continued to trouble everyone in this country: ending sectarianism and tribalism. I'm going to address the question that you posed to all of us, but also to note that you set the tone for this conversation by observing that peace is not the absence of war. The fact that I came wearing shoes today does not mean that this country is at peace. And you know the story, the Honorable Mao knows about my shoes. Probably now that he's in the executive, I'll recover those shoes taken away by the police on the day about 2 years ago when I was deprived of them. The question of peace in our country or elsewhere in the world cannot be addressed without addressing it in the context of security of this country. And talking about security in this country, I know that it's been observed we are champions of providing security across the region in Somalia and elsewhere in Eastern DR Congo. But we have failed to look inwardly into what happens in this country. cases of wanton attack by the military, and I want to be blunt, frank about this. I'm going to be candid about this. When a tribe is attacked by the military using maximum force, and my heart goes to my brothers and sisters in Karamoja, regardless of what they did against my own tribe, the Teso people, the military, for that matter, should not have been treated that way. Today, political leaders, especially those in the opposition, have to look over their soldiers' shoulders whenever they walk out in the street. We heard about the Pandagari during Amin's days. It is revisiting this country today. Where is this Pandagari coming from? Where drones are now being used for harassing the people of this country, especially those who have got divergent views to that of the regime in power. And I wish the representative of the NRM was here to answer some of these questions. It would have made more sense. I hope that a record of what is being spoken here will go out to the regime in power, and hopefully using this information they could improve. As the FDC, we want to make a call on the sitting government to respect the rights, human rights of the people of this country. And indeed, this is really the second area where government has failed. Respect for human rights, respect for the dignity of the Ugandan people. You find that the other aspect, that is the rule of law, is also something that has pervaded this country. And many times, common citizens, political players and activists find themselves arrested, confined, and in driving this point home, I want to talk about our brothers and sisters who have been forced into exile today on account of their political beliefs. So Ugandans live in fear. And in spite of the fact that bombs are not going off around the corners in Soroti, in the nooks in Kampala, we find that people live in a state of fear. And I think that this fear, if not addressed, could lead to a catastrophic situation in this country. We could as well, as a country, be sitting on a time bomb that is about to go off.
The Honorable Patrick Oboy Amriat for those remarks. Can we listen in from the Honorable Jeno Mugisha Muntu? You are reading of the situation.
Thank you, Honorable Winnie Chiza. Let me first do a correction of what is on the paper. I am indicated here as the leader of Alliance for National Transformation. I am not. Our leader in the party is Honorable Alice Alaso, and greetings from her and the rest of the colleagues in the party. Our constitution requires that when you run for any office, you relinquish the position that you'd be holding in the party. So when I ran for the national presidency, I had to relinquish the leadership of the party. Let me repeat more or less what some of the colleagues said, that peace is not the absence of conflict. And for sure, peace is not the absence of conflict. It's the presence of justice. What we see currently on the surface of things, you can see what seems to be calmness. As Honorable Boy is saying, he just came here this morning with his shoes. And many people walk and travel all over the country Most times you'll travel even at night, midnight, you can travel at 2, 3, 4 in the night. A few times there can be incidents maybe of crime, but largely you can move around. And if you've just come out, from outside of the country, you can get the impression that this is a country that is peaceful. But beneath the surface of calmness, I think, is a situation that we all need to focus on. Honorable Boy has just talked about drones. You don't want a country where people just go be picked up and you find that nobody is being held to account. Government doesn't speak out, even when issues are raised. But what we see is nothing unique to us here in Uganda. It's consistent with all autocratic regimes. What governments fear that are autocratic is information, and it's people speaking out. So they all operate almost from the same text. Create fear. Because when you create fear and people cannot speak out, it is easier to control. And you also use less police, you use less of intelligence services to control society. Because if people spoke out, every corner of the country, every office, every place, people are speaking out, you basically wouldn't have enough police force, you wouldn't have enough intelligence officers to police a country. We are 45 million people. So as of necessity, autocratic regimes, therefore, will conduct actions that create fear, and therefore people check themselves. And I think that's where we are at. And we have two forms of fear. One, we have fear, which is so deeply ingrained in the mindsets of those who are in power. They are fearing to relinquish power. And therefore, it drives them to do the things that they do. And therefore, they do things to create fear in the rest of society. I think that's where the unfortunate part comes in. Because I think, to a certain extent, it is becoming impactful, and people have drawn back. I think we're a society which is gripped in fear. I think that's where danger lies. Unless we break out of that fear and speak. Because many people don't understand the power of speaking. If speaking was useless, then regimes wouldn't fear speaking words, written or spoken. I think that's where we need to concentrate. Anybody who has got a platform to speak, they need to speak the truth of what is happening. And hopefully we can check the direction in which we are moving as a country, as a people. Unfortunately, in this country, we've never had any peaceful transition, ever. 60 years. That's abnormal for a country. And therefore, we need to focus on where we are heading. It's not too late. But if we remain immersed in the kind of fear that there is, and created by different, some fear because you can be arrested, some fear because they think they can end up dead, some fear because they fear they may lose jobs, others fear because they think they cannot get contracts of government, others fear because fear of the unknown. We need to break out of that state of fear in this country. Because if we don't, then the regime, because it's driven by fear, will keep doing the things that they think they'll do because nobody is either paying attention. Even when they pay attention, they cannot speak out because they check themselves. And therefore, they keep on moving in the false understanding that what they are doing is having effect. And therefore, they make more mistakes. The cumulative effect of mistakes is that we can reach a point and have an implosion. something that we wouldn't want to have. Again, it would be unfortunate if we go to a point where we get another form of change that wouldn't be desired as we would want it to be, a peaceful one. Institutions have been undermined. Institutions have been infiltrated. Institutions have been weakened from within. The principle of separation of powers is not working. Institutions are there, yes. Parliament is almost a shadow of what a parliament needs to be. And therefore, yes, on the surface you may think there is peace, but beneath, I think the situation which is developing, which should be worrisome. It's therefore our responsibility, regardless of where we are, whether we're in government, outside government, civil society sectors, cultural leaders, religious leaders, that we all need to use the platforms on which we are and speak and break the culture of impunity that keeps on growing. That's the only way we can have a foundation of the best of which we can continuously keep building justice. That is always the foundation of peace in a country. That's when at some point in the future we can all look back and say, yes, we have got peace, because it will be rooted in justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, General Muntu. We get back to the theme of the day, ending tribalism and sectarianism. I will start with you, General Muntu. You were there in 1986 when the NRM government took power. And you came with a 10-point program to the population of this country. And point number 3 of the 10-point program, and I think was in harmony with what the Honorable Jimmy Akena said, that the UPC government, in the interest of uniting this country, decided to even put students in different areas or locations so that they feel as part of Uganda. And the NRM government, I think, was aware of this. That is why under point number 3 of the 10-point program, they came up with an issue of consolidation of national unity and elimination of all forms of sectarianism. We are here today, 36 years down the road, discussing on how to end sectarianism and tribalism. In your own view, where do you think we missed it? What didn't we do right that we are still discussing how to erase and end tribalism and sectarianism, and yet 36 years back, this same regime said was coming to consolidate the tenets and the achievements that had been made. Where did we miss it?
Lack of values. I think for 60 years, politics has become an area where it's almost taken for granted that to be an effective politician, you must be deceptive, you must be a liar, you must be able to manipulate. In fact, politicians who do that, many times society thinks that, yeah, they are smart politicians. But you see, the Bible says, whatever a man sows, so shall he reap. Because you reap deception, you sow deception, you sow lies, you sow manipulation, you will reap the outcomes of that. And that's what we've been reaping for the last 60 years. So the solution is, do we want to go back and build a foundation of values in this country? Values of tolerance, values of fairness, values of justice? Because the moment you have values or a political culture that is rooted in values, then you won't be talking about tribalism or sectarianism of whatever nature, because tribalism or sectarianism of whatever nature is a symptom of a larger problem. It's an outcome of a culture where you lack the values of fairness, of justice, of equality before the law, of equity. I mean, you go to a ministry or wherever you want to go and you bid for something, and if there are transparent, fair processes, then it means that the process of giving out that contract or bid is not going to be based on any form of sectarianism, because there is the value of fairness. There's transparency. So we will keep reaping whatever we sow. There are no shortcuts. So it's our responsibility as a people. We need to ask ourselves, what do we want to reap? Whatever we want to reap, we must sow the seeds of that we want to reap. What perturbs me is people not understanding, and you hear frustration and at times anger and a lot of chaos on waves of radio, TV, newspapers. People asking themselves, where is this coming from? It's coming from the seeds we sow. We want to have fairness. We have to ensure that we work on ensuring that whatever we practice, it is rooted in the value of fairness or transparency or justice. There are no shortcuts. I just simply can't understand how people can think that we can have something good done where we are heading without planting the very seeds of what we want to reap tomorrow.
General Muntu, yes, value systems must be inculcated into our people. The Honorable Jimmy Akena, you extensively talked about how the UPC government really wanted to unite this country. But the sentiments of the Northerners, the Easterners, the Westerners were heard in the UPC government. Do you think the system that you talked about did not yield much fruit?
Thank you. The system I try to allude to is not something which will give you an immediate solution. And the concept was we need to build a nation. As Uganda, we inherited what is Uganda. And I really respect our forefathers who said, let us respect the borders as they are. Because my outside understanding of some of the issues around Ukraine is that you have some Russian speakers across the border. If you look at many of our communities, where you draw the border, you will find across the border, there's exact the same ethnic group. They may go by a different name, but the same culture, same language, cuts across board. And if we're now going to try to unite the peoples within a border, definitely you're going to create other tensions. So I respect what our forefathers did at the formation of OAU, saying let us respect the borders as they are, but within the context of Uganda, we need to build a nation. And I don't support this notion of focusing on what is wrong and hoping to find the right issue. If you talk about sectarianism, I've heard about it. I know there was a law, but I don't think there's any landmark case of somebody who has tried and found guilty of sectarianism and something was done. I may be guided by those in the legal fraternity. It has not solved because it's not something quite tangible. And what we need to do is to build a nation within us. The different ethnic groups, the different language groups, and Uganda has a composition of the Nilotic people, the Nilo-Hamatic, the Bantu, where even the languages at some stage do not cross over. But this is the nation we have. This is the nation which we were born with. And this is the nation which we have to see that it rises, see that we work together for the benefit of all the citizens of Uganda. So my focus and the focus which I like to see is how do we build this nation? How do we integrate all these various communities, all these differences, and make one Uganda which we all treasure and which we can all aspire to be great citizens within? So focusing on sectarianism and the negative aspect, please leave us out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Jimmy Akena. And you know that if we are to build a just society, if we are to build a fair Uganda, if we are to act fairly and just, we must lay these foundations in our political parties. So the Honorable Amriat, what are you doing in the Forum for Democratic Change to build this fair system that does not talk about tribalism, that you don't seek for election basing on where you come from, and that you want to present yourself to Ugandans as a Ugandan and trying to unite Uganda?
To answer that question, one needs to examine why there is sectarianism and tribalism in this country. And I dare to say that one of the pillars on which a dictatorship stands is divide and rule. I know that when the NRM came to power, nearly 37 years ago, they decided on an agenda to go after a certain specific ethnic community or region. It was these primitive tribes from the north. Yes, that's what they called, and it's on record. I stand to be challenged on this. Today, what we are seeing is a deliberate attempt to perpetuate the current regime in power and to support the desires of one person to stay in power for eternity. So it is political expedience we are talking about. Nothing less than that. This is why the regime will say, okay, you identify yourself as the Ik, a small community. You deserve a constituency of your own because you speak a different language from the other ones. You are marginalized. Which waters down the principle of uniting communities and a nation. Ugandans today see themselves as individual tribes. We have transcended the level of tribes. I think we are going to the level of clans. And I'm glad that our tribal heads are here. This may be the next stage where you will have districts for clans, constituencies for clans, and people begin to see themselves in that context. The second aspect that I want to talk about is marginalization of populations. The other day, the head of state of this country was talking about us getting to the middle income status. I'm glad that the World Bank said, no, you have not yet got there. I think you could not got your figures right. But what are we talking about in economic sense, in economic terms? That in this country we have a small percentage of people who live off the others, who are super rich, and yet you have communities that can barely have a meal in a day. There is a bad taste in the mouth of those communities, where there is a feeling that development is skewed in one direction, and that it is not for the other tribal communities, which is a very dangerous thing for our country. As the FDC, we are a national party, as Ugandans will know. We exist everywhere in this country. We use our official language to communicate when in meetings. And we want it as such be spread across the country, even where we know we are politically weak. That is one thing we give to ourselves. This is reflected in the leadership. This is reflected in the activities that we carry out in this country. It is reflected in our message that we deliver to this country. And indeed, this is enshrined in our motto, one Uganda, one people. That speaks volumes. We are pushing back this tendency within the ruling party and saying to them, no, this is not the way things should be done. I do remember a few years back, there was an attempt that collapsed of teaching patriotism to Ugandan children. It just cannot be taught. It has to be adopted. It has to be felt. And unless the politics of this country is sorted out, where we have a parliament and, Madam Moderator, what we call mob justice. We suffered mob justice in the 8th parliament when we were stampeded, and Mao was part of this parliament. No, it wasn't. We were stampeded to change the constitution of this country to remove term limits. Now, as FDC, we maintain a policy, and I think Honorable Miriam Matembe was there. She suffered a lot, had to lose her position on account of the position she took. They said, you're not good for cabinet, you are not good for this country, and therefore go home and die at home. We don't want your ideas. I am happy to hear that.
Thank you, the Honorable.
And is simple. The tribes are a reality. We come from different tribes. My trouble is the sectarianism bit. What do I lose if my neighbor is a Mnyankore and actually I went to school with them, etc., I'm okay with them, we marry from them? I don't lose anything. Jimmy, my son, Honorable Jimmy Aken, was talking about the jurisprudence of this country, whether anyone has been convicted of promoting sectarianism. No, it is in the law books. I remember at some point I was kidnapped, and I had about 8 counts undergoing metamorphosis. One of them was that I was a tribalist because I asked about all generals in this country speaking the same language at that time. Now, there is tribalism by word and by action. What has turned out to be criminal in this country is tribalism by word, where you ask or you question tribalism. Now, when I asked that question, I was kidnapped and hidden away for 8 days. Eventually, that offense metamorphosed into sedition, which had already been declared unconstitutional. It became terrorism. It also became treason. The point I'm making here, let's recognize the tribes, they exist. But it's those tribes that sat down and decided to form a nation in this country. We were not there. At some point, we had somebody running for the presidency of this country. I think Honorable Akena was talking about it. That is the late Honorable Agra Awori. At the same time, his brother was a vice president in Kenya. Blood brother. There are Ugandans growing or cultivating land in Kenya, and they are in Uganda, and vice versa. There are Ugandans in Chisoro who have their gardens in Rwanda across. And when you people closed the borders, Those are people you are telling not to cross to go and cultivate their fields. So I do not have a problem with anyone belonging to their tribe. After all, you may not even be sure which tribe you belong to. I've been telling Honorable Mao I am more actually than him, because I found a place called Koch Goma in Nwoya, where they are my relatives. Others remind me of my clan having migrated from Bunyoro, and that's a fact. There are Bagisu who claim us, say, no, you migrated from Bagisu, you're part of us. So tribalism will not mean anything. Sectarianism is something, or is a thing, for mediocres, that when you talk about them, they retreat. They are now attacking me because of my tribe. They are now attacking me because of my religion. Because they cannot stand to provide accountability. To me, that is something we must focus on. But it is also rooted in justice, as General Muntu said. If something is for Uganda, why must you look for a tribesman to appoint? It's about justice. It is also about the law, because we have made the laws about the equality of all, irrespective of where I come from, irrespective of my height, irrespective of my religion. I have got to enjoy those rights that accrue to all Ugandans. So, generally speaking, merit-based management of societies has no room for sectarianism. But you know, here you are. At some point I was questioning, and I repeat it without any fear of contradiction. At some point, the government of Uganda was sponsoring Ugandans in Algeria undertaking oil and gas studies. The president went to meet them. There were 14 young men. All of them were speaking the same language. Now, you speak about that.
Which one?
I want to be decent. They were speaking, okay, they were speaking Runyankole.
Gamba nogo.
And I asked the question, gentlemen, you mean there are no Acholis who can undertake these studies? There are no Baganda who can undertake, there are no Banyoro. Most so, when you have, the oil is, we are discovering oil in Bunyoro, we are discovering oil in Amuru, but there were no Acholis. And I said, what is happening to this country? And I said, that is one way of destroying a country built by our forefathers. I mean, I have been a minister in the Kingdom of Uganda, and a spokesperson at that. My immediate supervisor was Dr. Hijiro Semajege. He was a Ugandan with his roots in Rwanda, but he was my boss. The next, I was being supervised by Owechitibwa Mahamud Tobani. The other supervisor of mine was Owechitibwa Rajin Kant Taylor. We did not lose anything. At some point in the Kingdom of Uganda, the Minister for Nkuruze, the Royal Treasury, was Haj Omar Ahmad Mandela. What did we lose? Our forefathers set a foundation, which we must not destroy, and I think that's what Honorable Kenna was saying. But because some people come here, and I insist they are mediocres, they must find somewhere to hide. Because, oh, if I entrust this actually, the next thing he will kill me. No, and you know, when you are appointing these people, go to the places where the current regime appoints people from. And who do they pick? They go for the weakest and say, because this one will not be able to do ABCD in case such a thing arises. And that is a precursor for catastrophe. Why? Because people will go back into those cocoons, regroup, and the next thing is genocide.
Thank you, the Honorable Medad Segona Lubega. I think we are running sort of time, but because we are here for peace, I just would like each one of you to make a commitment. A commitment, committing your political party that we are going by this theme. So I just want in your concluding remarks, beginning from the Honorable Jimmy Akena, we take it like we started. Make your commitment as to ending tribalism and sectarianism, and possibly telling us what you are going to do to ensure that Uganda becomes a peaceful country for all of us, to enable the pearl to shine. on which we shall hold you accountable when we are celebrating the next day of peace. Thank you, the Honorable Jimmy Akena.
Thank you. For me, this will be reiterating what I've been trying to state. It is dependent upon us to seek what is going to make the Uganda which we really desire. I'm glad that my uncle here has pointed out that the jurisprudence on sectarianism is very thin. In other words, what was put in place to check sectarianism by law has not yielded. So what we really need is, what are the positives? We are Ugandans. I'm a product, I'm one of those from the north and from central. Father, of course, from Lango. That is how Honorable Segona becomes my uncle. My mother is, of course, from Uganda. We need to deepen our interconnectivity. And we need to know that this is the only Uganda we have. And we must make it work. The points which Honorable Segona has raised, at some stage, we may need to even look at it and address it by affirmative actions. In that, we need to try to find a way that we must feel that this is our country. This is what we are aspiring to. So the task is not simple. The actual roots I go back to is that we need to deliberately build a nation. It's not going to come about by its own. We need to have policies and programs which is going to further our integration, and that is where we can expect peace. But by dealing against sectarianism or the negatives, you can only check it, but you're not going to build the Uganda which we desire. Thank you.
Possibly 1 minute.
Thank you. I think our commitment to peace, the first pointer to my commitment to peace as a person is that I've not fought any war in this country. At my age, the current president, I don't know how many people he had slaughtered to become president. And when he felt aggressed upon, he resorted to that. So that's the first commitment, that we have not taken up arms to fight anyone. From the party perspective, if you remember when my party president was aggressed upon in Luuka, where they did not want him to campaign, immediately after that incarceration, he composed a song, which you remember, I'm fighting for you, I'm not fighting with you, but fighting for you. Sipigana nawe, nakupigania. I am fighting for you and me, for us, and where he appealed to people to remain peaceful. We are remaining peaceful, and we hope everybody will remain peaceful. You do not gain, you do not build a country by eliminating a particular group or identity by whatever name. In fact, we are stronger by working together and putting all our resources together.
Thank you so much, Honorable Amriat.
If there was any political party that should have taken up arms against the NRM, it should have been the FDC. Because of the many times we have been subjected to suffering, we have lost a number of our comrades, we continue to suffer, we've been cheated in elections, we've been tormented during elections. The president of FDC, the current one, was a presidential candidate. 65 days of campaigns, 45 times arrested. We ventured into the by-elections believing that something might have changed. And, the stories of the by-elections are there for everybody to take note of. And therefore, I think that the patience we have held in these times of tribulations, in these times of torture, where our rights have been violated for nearly 20 years now, is enough testimony for us to say, yes, we have held to this. We are not going to take this country to war. We are going to walk the path of peace. But that does not mean we can stop anybody doing anything different from what we are doing now. And so I think the challenge really is on the regime in power to play their politics well, to respect the rights of Ugandan citizens and those who live here, to dispense justice to the people in providing an environment of rule of law.
Thank you so much. Over to you, General Mugisha Muntu.
Political parties are the vehicles of governance. It looks like this fact eludes many people. Maybe that's why people are not paying attention to the building of credible political parties. And leaders in any society are a reflection of who the people are in that society at that particular given point in time. If there are leaders who don't match the challenges of the time, and then there are those who are better than them who are in society and they are not rising up, then you are not different from those who lead you in a wrong direction. Uganda, about 60% of our people, I think are peasants, and there are many who are good. They toil on a daily basis, men and women who have integrity, who are honest. Unfortunately, peasants cannot lead. And therefore, the educated class, we need to reflect and ask ourselves. We complain all the time. If we want a better tomorrow, get into the parties and make them better. Because no party is going to give you what it does not have. Whatever we have as parties, any party which gets into power, whatever it has is what it's going to give. So if there are Ugandans out there who keep complaining about governance, and if you are good and you're remaining seated on the fence, you are deceiving yourself. You will not have that better future. You have to engage. There are no shortcuts. You want to shape the future to be better, roll up your sleeves. Get involved in the politics. Once it's cleaned out, then maybe you can take leave. Before that happens, if you keep hoping for a better future and you are not engaging, you are deceiving yourself, and whatever hopes you have are based on nothing.
Thank you so much, General Muntu. It has been an honor for me to moderate this very powerful panel of the politicians. And I enjoyed it. Napoleon said that the world is full of violence, not because of the bad people, but because of the good ones who choose to remain silent at a time they would have spoken. I therefore would like to thank the Uganda Human Rights Commission for providing us with this opportunity to speak for the sake of creating peace. As you have heard from my panel, the political leaders all desire a country that is just, a country that is fair, a country that provides for equal opportunities for all. And all these are ingredients of a peaceful society. It's therefore a call to all of us to create a society that is just, a society that believes in fairness, a society that believes in creating equal opportunities for all, so that we may end tribalism and sectarianism. And the Pearl of Africa will continue to shine. I want to thank you, honorable panelists, and may you continue speaking the message of peace for this country. Thank you. Thank you.
The chairperson of the Uganda Human Rights Commission, my classmate, Mariam Wangadia, who we always refer to as Court, because she only operates on the basis of orders. Thank you for the invitation. The partners from the UN and the international community, our political leaders, and lifelong activists like the Honorable Miriam Matembe, aka Senior Citizen, dear friends, this conversation is most timely because the evidence is all over the place. All we need is a verdict. In a country where people celebrate the death of perceived enemies and wish death to perceived enemies when they are ailing, definitely we cannot avoid talking about tribalism and sectarianism. I was grateful, therefore, to receive the invitation to come and speak to you as Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, but also as a leader of the oldest political party in Uganda. The invitation comes at a time when on my desk I have a lot of files that are relevant. But I'm not going to focus on the symptoms. I'm going to go to the root cause. And my prescription is only in 2 words: state building. How do we have a democratic and capable state that can deal with these problems? I came in and had the honor of listening to important leaders from our political parties making their commitments. I believe that this conversation is going to continue, and I thank the Uganda Human Rights Commission, the UN, and the international partners, and all the organizations that are partnering in celebrating the International Day of Peace for making this forum possible. I'm also happy that this conversation is not just confined to this room, but is being watched by millions who are outside here. So I'm really grateful for the support that has made this possible. I am probably the most politically incorrect politician ever in this country, and it didn't start today. In the position that the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission referred to as president of the Students' Guild, I was basically a protest student leader, protesting against the policies of the World Bank and IMF. When I went to the north and came back to Parliament at the age of 28, I was probably the most booed member of Parliament ever, because everything I said seemed to be offensive to those who were gathered there. I was saying things like, talk to Joseph Kony and the LRA. Give amnesty to all those who want to come back. Restore diplomatic relations with Sudan. Close the IDP camps. Everything I was saying was offensive. I'm therefore pleased that in my lifetime, I have witnessed my rejected ideas being embraced. It means that, and this should be a word of encouragement to our political leaders, that it's your duty to persist, not to shut up. Because in your lifetime, you'll see these ideas which you think nobody wants to embrace being embraced. Now, after getting this invitation, I actually sat down and wrote a proper speech. I did not do what ministers normally do, namely write a note on the letter of invitation and say, please draft me a speech. So I'm going to speak from my heart, and some of it may be politically incorrect. I would like to start by proposing that we should stop treating distinctions between and within various groups as primordial and immutable. These distinctions are actually dynamic. They change. In addition, we should examine how political economy, geopolitics, governance, social media, non- and sub-state groups, and political, economic, and cultural elites have affected the transformation and diffusion of sectarian identities. There seems to be an exclusive focus only on political actors. I would argue that we need to look at all the actors. Thirdly, we should pay attention to how conflicts over distribution of political and economic power have taken on a sectarian quality, and how a variety of actors have actually instrumentalized sectarianism. Based on the statements by our political leaders in the last panel, it is clear that Uganda is a volcano under an ice cap. We see only the ice, but the volcano is churning underneath. It's our duty to intervene before the eruption. In technical terms, we have laws, but laws don't enforce themselves. Laws can be dead letters. You can have the best laws. I'll give you some example. Article 21(2) makes discrimination based on tribe and ethnic origin illegal. But that law has not stopped it. There are other laws. The Penal Code, Section 41, even defines sectarianism, in case you want to know what it is. But I'm sure you don't need the definition. You encounter it every day. It's the practice of degrading or exposing to hatred or contempt or disaffection of anyone on the basis of religion, tribe, or ethnic and regional origin by utterance, printing, publication, or performance of any such act. In our country, sectarianism, which comes from the word sect, is largely understood to be synonymous with tribalism, and understandably so. Tribalism comes from tribe. We all tribes have tribes. Of course, the word tribe is not a local word. We have only embraced it because of our colonial education. Actually, it is a very derogatory word. For instance, do we talk of the Welsh tribe? Do we talk of the Scottish tribe? Do we talk of the English tribe? They are referred to as nations. But stuck in our minds, thanks to our education, we have this highly derogatory root of this notion from colonial anthropologists called tribe. But based on what I've listened to, I would just use 3 words to describe the problem. Ethnically oriented favoritism. It's as simple as that. That's everything that we have been lamenting about. Ethnically oriented favoritism. And it is not like the one of President Kennedy of the US appointing his brother to be Attorney General. because for him, he made light of it. When he was asked why his brother was Attorney General rather than another person who was equally qualified, he joked that if you have two people who are equally qualified and one happens to be your brother, is it not natural to appoint your brother? The other problem we face is now the expression of our disdain for the problem I've described. You can call it fanaticism, bigotry. I read somewhere that a fanatic is a person who approaches every issue with an open mouth and a closed mind. So what we are doing today is going to enable us to open our minds, to examine even the ideas we dislike. I've told you about my political incorrectness. I'm the one who started the conversation about the Nile Republic some years back. I was proposing that maybe it is necessary to cut off the north so that it becomes an independent country at the Karuma Bridge at the River Nile. That statement was published in newspapers, and the next day I got a call from the president of Uganda. And he was rebuking me for being worse than Joseph Kony, because he told me that Joseph Kony was at least fighting to win power for the whole of Uganda, but I, Norbert Mao, wanted to tear the country apart. So I had to explain to him the origins of my sentiments. I had gone to a hotel in Kampala to talk about peace. And one of the highly respectable people in that meeting stood at the podium and said, "We are tired of you northerners." Northerners, which is the home of the Nilotic people, as opposed to southerners. So I got the microphone and said, "By the way, we never filled an application form begging to be Ugandans. We were just fenced in by the British. We just kept on roaming around and we found a fence, and they told us that, you know what? You are now Ugandans." So what will take this conversation forward is open-mindedness. Of course, I have since revised my views on whether Uganda should remain one country or not. But I expect that everybody must have understood my separatist tendencies at that time, because everywhere in the world it was being said that Uganda was peaceful. And yet we had 1.7 million people in camps. You could not move without a military convoy. Our children were being abducted, but our president was receiving prizes as somebody who has restored peace in Uganda. So I thought maybe we don't belong to that country because ours is not peaceful. So if they're saying Uganda is peaceful, logically then we are not Ugandans. We then started tackling the language, because at that time the government was talking about the Northern War. We had to carefully change the diction by talking about war in northern Uganda. We insisted that the war in northern Uganda was a Ugandan problem. As we stand here, I am now responsible for some legal engineering for the time that I will be sitting as Minister of Justice. So, this conversation has to be about a new Uganda. How to make our identities work for us. To stop stigmatization. When the National Resistance Army took over power, one of their most offensive songs was about Anyanya. Anyanya was a derogatory term of people from the north, the Nilotic people, typically really like monsters. the song went like Sina Dola Anyanya. It was sung by the army that General Muntu was part of. And also the founder of the FDC was part of that army. And when the NRA took over power, one of their biggest challenges was protecting the people from the north, from angry mobs that were burning them in tires. And I have to pay credit to General Muntu because of his militant and strong stand against extrajudicial killings by those who wanted to take the law into their hands. So, I propose that we must preach individual responsibility for individual crimes. When Idi Amin left power, it was perceived that the problem was for all the people from the West Nile. So they West Nileized the problem. I remember in my village in Gulu, villagers simply stormed the farms belonging to Idi Amin's soldiers. They started grabbing cows and slaughtering them. There was a lot of meat, too much meat. And the meat was called lule because the president was Yusuf Lule. They didn't even have time to measure meat in kilos. Somebody would just hold some huge piece of meat in the palm of the hand and shake it and name a price for it. When in 1966 the Kabaka's palace was invaded, the problem of Uganda was Gandanized because the president was a Muganda. So they said now Baganda are the enemies of Uganda. And that is what drove a lot of the political decision, the Gandanization of the problem. Now, it came to our turn, the Acholis. And I came face to face with it in 2011 when I was campaigning for president, after giving what I thought was a brilliant speech, asking for votes, tabling my manifesto, and sharing my dream for a better Uganda. A lady put up her hand when I asked for questions, and she put this to me. Did you say that you are an Acholi? And I answered, yes, ma'am. Then she went on, are you not the people who slaughtered us here? Said, madam, look at my hands. I have not even a single droplet of anybody's blood. I've never been a soldier. I've never fought in Luwero. And I'm not here to defend any Acholi who may have killed anybody in Luwero. I love all Ugandans, and I want to be your president, if you are convinced. But I understand where your sentiments are coming from, because there has been a systematic stigmatization of an entire tribe. So the army that was fighting against the National Resistance Army were known as Abacholi. But it was the government of the people. Imagine if all Nazis were called Germans. I think there would be a very big protest statement in the UN. So let us first of all watch our language. Of course, those who called us Anyanyas and did their best and invested a lot of time to make everybody hate anyone from the north are now having to deal with the issue. Because my mother's people, the Banyankole, have been in power since 1986, so to speak. Now the problems of Uganda have been Nyankolenized. So here we are. I love this conversation, and I'm glad that I'm part of it. Let me give you my prescription, because I carefully prepared it. The time has come to have this conversation because there is a compelling desire to put events of the past behind us with the aim of building a strong country with healthy relationships. We need a holistic and comprehensive response to the legacy of violence, human rights abuses, and injustices perpetrated by successive regimes over the years. We need continued healing. I'm not talking about healing, continued healing, because abuses are continuing. So there's need for continued healing based on establishing new relationships embedded in mutual respect and recognition that will give Uganda a fresh start and help build a brighter future. Your conference today is not inventing anything. You are simply bringing light to a dark area so that Ugandans can see better what is going on. Without light, people cannot see. The truth of our common experiences, the truth, as Honorable Segona said, the truth of our common experiences will set our suppressed national soul. And I've chosen these words carefully, suppressed national soul, because some people feel like it is not good to talk. They will set our suppressed national soul free and pave the way for general reconciliation. There are three goals for this process: truth, healing, reconciliation. As the Honorable Jimmy Akena said, we had a huge delegation of Ugandans who went to meet Joseph Kony because we had security. We had the SPLA protecting us, Uganda People's Defense Forces. But finally, Joseph Kony extended an invitation to 10 people to visit his camp without security. It now needed volunteers. I and the Honorable Jimmy Akena volunteered, basically to be in the hands of a killer, known for cutting off people's lips and ears. I told Jimmy, I said, let's go and join the statistics of those who have been killed. What do we have to do? We have already reached here. How can it be said that he invited us and we became cowardly? For Jimmy's case, it was even worse. He had to share a tent with Joseph Kony. So I was imagining what was likely to happen. Maybe he would be possessed in the middle of the night and just kill you. Now I was taken to the tent of the number 2, Vincent Oti. So both of us were in equal danger. I'm here to call for a national truth and reconciliation process. So far, there are various groups that are promoting this idea. We call upon these groups to agree on the core principles that should inform this process. I want to commend the following as the key principles. First, the process should be victim-centered. If we make it government-centered, we shall have a problem. It should be victim-centered. There should be confidentiality in some cases. The process should be representative. There should be accountability. There should be openness and honor of the process. The process should be comprehensive. Nothing should be glossed over. In the history of Uganda, when the NRM took over power, they set up a commission of inquiry into human rights abuses, which examined the period from 1962 to 1986. There's a huge report. Then, when the Constitution was enacted in 1995, my sister Mariam's commission was established, which has been looking at human rights abuses from 1995, really from 96 to date. There's a black hole in Uganda's human rights discourse, 1986 to 1996. That is the period that would hold the NRM government totally accountable. Because that period, nobody has yet brought any light to shine on it. We call it the human rights black hole in Uganda. And that's one of the reasons why there's nervousness. But if we accept that we need to build a new relationship, life will be easier. It will be easier for us to accept. And we are not the first country to deal with the legacy of human rights abuse and violence. We can learn. The process should be inclusive, educational, just and fair, respectful, flexible, and also voluntary. Most important, as an operational principle, the process should be future-oriented, forward-looking. It is about rebuilding and renewing relationships. We should understand reconciliation as an ongoing individual and collective process that requires commitment from those affected. If we are going to establish a reconciliation and truth process, it will require leadership. For better or for worse, I am now at the center of it, and I need all your support. I recommend that when we publish the bill, because the proposal for a national reconciliation bill is on my desk, we will need to define the roles. I propose 6 main roles. First, we need an interdisciplinary methodology. It cannot just be politicians. You'll need psychiatrists, you need political scientists, you need military people. We need historians, experts in oral traditions, those who know how to archive statements, those who know how to analyze and find historical facts. We need report writers, generally those who can manage knowledge, because we are going to unearth things which will shock us. Secondly, we will need experts. We'll have to establish a research center and ensure preservation of the archives. We will have to hold a variety of events which will make this a people-centered process. We need a time frame which should be limited. The time frame has always been 3 to 5 to 10 years. I don't know which one we shall agree on, but generally it will not exceed 5 years in the case of Uganda. And then finally, we shall prepare the report. Those are the stages of what we are proposing as a National Reconciliation Commission. As we discuss the framework for the truth and reconciliation process, we must agree what truth and reconciliation process is not. The reason why there is fear is because people who may be guilty are running around scared. So let me state what the truth and reconciliation process is not. It is not good for us to be confused about the aims of a truth and reconciliation process. Our view is that a truth and reconciliation process should not conduct a formal legal process and should not duplicate the work of criminal investigations or initiate court actions or make recommendations on matters already covered by other organs. In other words, we should eliminate from the terms of reference of the truth and reconciliation process certain activities. We should not bite more than we can chew. We should also build on work already done. We must not talk as if this is the first time anyone is starting anything related to the truth and reconciliation process. We recommend that the truth and reconciliation process should build on work already done by the Commission of Inquiry into the Violation of Human Rights, the so-called ODER Commission, the work of the Human Rights Commission, the work of the international agencies, civil society organizations, and also the work of the Amnesty Commission. We should also agree that all statements shall be accorded equal weight. The bill that we are thinking about also has to provide leadership for the process. The body should be small, not too big. If it were left to me, 5 commissioners are enough, but maybe they will go up to 9. I personally think 1 chairperson and 4 commissioners can do. I have proposed a criteria of 3 things for appointment. In Uganda, we are obsessed with where did you do your bachelor's degree? Do you have a master's? Do you have a PhD in peace and conflict? I'm not thinking like that. I'm only thinking of three things: integrity, respect, and stature, which means standing. I can call it convening power. We also recommend that at least some of the commissioners should be from recognized victim communities, because seeing them there will give confidence to the process. We think the pool of candidates will have to be nominated by victims, victim organizations, churches, religious groups, and of course the government. The government, I see the logo of the government is there. The government is the accused in this case. The day-to-day operations of the body providing leadership of this process should be a secretariat headed by someone, whether executive director or by whatever name, who will have to operate within the perimeters of the powers to select and appoint staff who will work under the direction of the commissioners. The secretariat will do research, organize events, take statements, obtain documents to inform the management, production of reports, and then presentation of records. This is a national process. Therefore, we will need regional liaison officers. We believe that in a short time, we shall have a budget which will be under the ministry responsible, in this case, the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, so that we don't talk about there being no money. Usually processes stall because there is no money. So, the answers to Uganda's problems are hidden in the breasts of the citizens walking around. We don't need to look far. Within the breasts of our citizens lie hidden answers to the many questions that are bedeviling our country. But there are too many obstacles to speaking up. So we must remove those obstacles to speaking up. What are these obstacles? There's what we call the shyness and timidity of the powerless. I'll be singled out and targeted personally if I speak up. The second obstacle is the arrogance of the powerful. What can you do about it? You can talk and talk, but nothing is going to change. That is the arrogance which makes people who want to speak up say, what can my speaking up change anyway? So, we are looking for questions. We may not have all the answers, but the questions are critical. At St. Augustine Chapel, where I used to go to worship as a Catholic in Makerere University, we had a priest with a very strong American accent called Father Lawrence. And he told us that when he went to America, he found people wearing T-shirts on which were the words, Jesus is the answer. So he asked them, what is the question? So now, I hope in my presentation, I have answered this question, because I am saying a national truth and reconciliation process is the answer. The question naturally, in the spirit of that Catholic priest, would be, what is the question? And I've told you that Uganda cannot endure or even go forward and renew itself if we don't deal with the legacy of violence and human rights abuses. I'm closing by telling you about 6 trends that have to be examined historically. What is the truth about the war or wars in the north and the northeast? The Luwero Triangle War. I want this matter to be laid to rest. I want to walk freely in Luwero Triangle. I don't want somebody pointing at me just because of where I come from. The Rwenzururu movement war, which started in 1961 as Uganda headed to independence, that war has cast a long shadow, and we saw the long shadow recently emerging in the districts of Kasese and Toroko. Then the conflicts that have engulfed and are still latent in Karamoja cluster. The Buganda question. You know, Buganda has never sat comfortably in Uganda. You know, there's a big chair, but they have decided to position only a small part of their body in Uganda. So we call that the Buganda question. It is out of the scope of my presentation today, but others may know more about it than me. Now, this was very intense. The other trend and discussion which we need is institutionalized state violence. This is the kind of violence that Honorable Segona has hinted about. You know, opening fire with live ammunition and cannons at unarmed citizens. So once we believe that the purpose is not to put anybody in handcuffs and so on, but to start a new relationship, I think people will relax a bit. And even the hardened criminals may come and confess. I call them criminals because they have legitimate power, they hold offices, but they are acting outside the law. So, what are my assumptions as I tackle this tough topic? You'll tell me whether my assumptions are bogus. Because since I assumed office in July, these are the things that have kept me awake. First, we must dismiss the myth of the holier-than-thou attitude. 2, conflicts take 2 or more parties. So you can't point a finger in one direction. Sometimes there's one that provokes, then there's one that reacts. We must weigh the evidence. Even where there is intense suffering and where there's a victim and a perpetrator, it takes 2 to tango. Indeed, it is said that a war starts with the second blow. Even a quarrel starts when an aggressive remark is responded to. You cannot quarrel alone. You can't start a conflict all by yourself. There should be more than one party. Therefore, the narrative shouldn't always be the narrative of those who are in power, while those who are being vanquished are demonized and stigmatized. The other assumption is the colonial legacy. I'm not one of those who believe that we should blame everything on colonialists, but there are some trends that can now make us conclude that colonialism played an important role in the false start that the nation of Uganda made as we headed to independence and in the years after independence. I have a lot to say on this, but I don't have the time. Of course, there's the indirect rule and the colonial master orchestrating a puppet show in this country and a regime of sub-imperialism. You know, they made the North as a labor reserve. Up to now, in the mind of most Ugandans, a Northerner is perceived as, you know, generally a security guard. You know, if you can do an experiment today, go to a bank and try to inquire about the ethnicity of the various people. Find the ethnicity of the person holding a gun guarding the ATM. Just for your research purposes. Then go and see the people behind the counter counting the money. Then find out the management. It's a simple experiment. And you know, in this world, you gain a lot when you walk around with open eyes and open ears. It is as simple as that. You can start even next door. There are some banks at Garden City. During the lunch break, be late for lunch. Just go and, you can generally, you can even go to the security guard and greet in some of the languages of the North. I bet 99% you'll be answered with a smile. especially if you are white. The guys will say, they know us. So, the British decided that the perennial crops should be in the south and the seasonal crops should be in the north. They deceived us that coffee does not grow in the north. Coffee actually grows in the north. I want to look for that Briton who started spreading those lies. I'm sure he or she has descendants. So that created an incentive for people to want to join the army, because if year in, year out, you are only growing cotton, tobacco, while the people in the south have tea, they have coffee, they can keep a shop, they can be civil servants, at the same time farmers. So it was natural. You know, in science there's what they call trophism. If you want a tender seedling to bend towards a certain direction, you block off light from all the sides, you leave light on only one side, the plant will naturally bend towards where there is light. In this case, the light was military service. So the northerners simply flocked towards military service. Of course, it didn't help matters that they were dark and tall and generally fitted the qualifications of a good soldier. That has got to be examined dispassionately. It's not about arguing with anyone. This is history, and we must embrace it. So, we will then understand what has happened. Then there are myths. There are myths in Uganda. During this process, we must debunk these myths. You know, I'm an Acholi, so you know I'm part of the great Luo Empire, you know. Then there are those who are claiming to be part of the great Chwezi Empire. You know, the descendants of Kintu, the Baganda, also have their myth. You know, these myths have to be discussed if we are going to be serious. In my research, Madam Chairperson, while preparing to speak to you, I found a book titled America's Failure in China, 1941 to 1950. And I quote from the preface, "All nations live by myths. They paint a picture of the past that satisfies their needs, but does violence to the historical record. Some myths are beneficial. They are those that strengthen the nation's confidence in having been and being able to do what the tasks of the moment demand of it. Other myths are pernicious. They draw from a distorted reality, lessons of understanding of the past, and charting of the future action, which please collective emotion, but lead judgment and action astray. They are a special curse which the past cast upon the future, a curse which threaten the living." Myths lead to stereotypes. For instance, we all believe that all the Chinese know Kung Fu. Yeah, but the truth is not all the Chinese know Kung Fu. I've seen videos where the Chinese in some sand mining site were fighting villagers, and the fellow was beaten up. I thought he knew Kung Fu, that he would defend himself. People believe that those from the north make very good security guards. That is the view. So these views, stereotypes, and so on have to be debated during that process. We will be released from the things that are holding us captive. Now I have to close. This process will also examine our education system. When I went to school, I did not care what Mariam's tribe was. I didn't even know. I wasn't bothered. All of a sudden in Uganda, the question, "Where are you from?" is one of the most important questions. I don't know when it started. I was in Namilyango, a school in Buganda. My tribe was not an issue. General Ronda, the late, studied in Kitgum High. Amelia Chambade studied in Sacred Heart. My father studied in Namilyango College. My brothers studied in Intare. But now, you go to Gulu Primary School, you go to Gulu Secondary School, you graduate from Gulu University, and you work in Gulu. Gulu is full in your head. How do you expect such a mind to be open? So, the education system is very important. The cultural differentiation that we see in our education system has perpetuated the Nilotic North and Bantu South dichotomy, with the North being seen as underprivileged backyard. Just like next year we are hosting the non-aligned movement. What was the non-aligned movement about? East versus West. Is it still relevant today? I doubt. I personally doubt. But we are hosting them, and I hope they will have very fruitful discussion. So, the North was seen as the underprivileged backyard. As Uganda went to independence, historical accidents disarmed the North of the fears they had about their position in an independent Uganda. I refer to these two historical accidents. First, the militancy of the group known as Kabaka Yeka. Of course, this development backfired, and contrary to what its architects envisaged, it instead led to the encirclement of Buganda, which is another problem we are now having to face today. Because I want us to be very honest, if really we are intellectual enough. Then, Professor Apollon Sibambi has written extensively, and he is a Muganda, on what he calls encirclement and paralyzation of Buganda, which was a backlash to the sub-nationalism inside Buganda as Uganda went to independence. So, a historical accident backfired. Secondly, we have got to note and salute the determination of nationalistic leaders to uphold the national integrity. Ben Kiwanuka and Milton Obote, with the DP and UPC firmly behind them, agreed on at least one thing: national integration. You can condemn President Obote of any other thing, but he believed in national integration. No wonder he has a son whose mother is a Muganda. So as Uganda went to independence, of course the UPC allied with the Kabaka Yeka, and they ruled for 8 years without elections. Then another northerner, Idi Amin, overthrew the UPC government and ruled Uganda under a military dictatorship. Then there were short episodes by 3 Baganda leaders, Lule, Binaisa, Mwanga. Then Obote too. In total, therefore, the first quarter century of Uganda's history was a story of almost uninterrupted northern dominance, and that created the perception among the rest of Ugandans that the northerners had dominated Ugandan politics and had subjected the country to a period of violence and misrule. But dominance and hegemony comes at a cost. It is good to be powerful, but if you are all powerful, then you suffer the problems that the Roman Empire suffered from. It is called hubris. You start believing that you are beyond reproach. You even wage unnecessary wars. You start fighting imaginary enemies. My mother's people in Isinjiro have a saying that Orutahweire Ruhemure Manzi, which means an endless war can embarrass even the most heroic and fearless fighter. Nobody can afford an endless war, no matter who you are. Sooner or later, you must also learn to bring matters to a close. We must now look at the unforeseen problems that come from hubris. Because here, from the political leaders, they are talking about the all-powerful NRM. That is the thread which has been running through that. And I'm glad, as I prepared my presentation, I thought about it. So, there was perceived dominance of the North. Then perceived dominance of Baganda. Now, perceived dominance of the Western Uganda. Which now, instead of being looked at in a sensible way, it is looked at as a problem that should be seen through sectarian lenses. So even a Munyankole who has made money legitimately is seen to have been corrupt and stolen money from the government. Even an Acholi who has never killed anybody, like me, when I go to Luwero, I'm a suspect in mass murder. When did this start? I believe that the truth of the matter is that a national truth and reconciliation process is the only thing that can salvage this country. I do believe that a new relationship can start if we build a new national consensus. Is a majority rule enough? How can we deal with the winner-take-all politics? I have another file on my desk to set up a constitutional review commission. We'll be asking the question, how can we deal with the winner-take-all kind of politics? Because that's what brings the symptoms of dominating offices with people from the ethnicity of the person who has power. Generally, when those bills come, they will be open to debate. I will be heading to meet the president to brief him of the outline of what I'm going to take to the cabinet, after which I will make a ministerial statement in parliament. Then I will be looking for you people to come and help me prepare these bills. I have therefore taken advantage of this opportunity, Madam Chairperson, to also plant a seed in your minds that something is happening which may give us an opportunity to design a better future. Those of you who attended the burial of the late Speaker Jacob Olanya remember my famous story, and I'll end with it. A man and his wife went back home and found that their housekeeper had left, but she had cooked a fabulous meal, laid the table very well. Good food, but the house help was missing. So the husband and wife looked at each other and wondered why somebody who has cooked such a good meal would decide to leave. They thought maybe she had a grievance and she had decided to poison the food. They had a cat, so they did what was natural, to feed the cat with a bit of every dish. If the cat died, they would know that the food is poisoned. If the cat lived, they would then go ahead and enjoy the meal. So they fed the cat and waited for about an hour. The cat was still running around the house, so they decided to eat. They ate very well, and the cat also was moving around. It went out. After a few moments, their neighbor came rushing in and told them, "Sorry, your cat is dead." So husband and wife looked at each other and wondered, what do? We are surely going to die. Time for confession. So the husband tells the wife, "You know, darling, you need to know why our house help left. She was actually carrying my baby. I was having a secret affair with her, and she was pregnant. That's why she has left. And I think that's why she decided to poison us, because she was not happy." The wife looks at the husband and tells him, "You know, sweetheart, our firstborn, Junior, of whom you are so fond, is not actually your son. He was fathered by your driver." As they continued discussing, the neighbor rushes in and announces, "A car ran over your cat." So it basically meant that the cat had not died of poisoning. It had been knocked by a car. So they were going to leave, and they must live with the bitter truth that they had just shared. Ladies and gentlemen, I pray for the day Uganda finds itself in that position, so that we build a basis for a new relationship.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, you promised us an honest conversation and you have not disappointed. We thank you so much for that keynote address, and we look forward to the discussion by Dr. Zahara. Juncture, I would like to recognize a few more people. During the first after we have heard from our second panel. But at this juncture, I would like to invite Dr. Zahara Nampeo to give us her brief comments and observations from the Honorable Minister's remarks. Let us welcome her. Let us make her feel welcome. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please accept with the deepest humility my request to adopt and recognize the protocol already presented on the floor this morning. Good morning. I believe it is still morning. Thank you, Uganda Human Rights Commission, for inviting me to this year's commemoration of the International Day of Peace, and I take this opportunity to congratulate you for putting together this engagement that is very critical for Uganda in collaboration with your partners. And the theme for this year is an interesting one: End Racism, Build Peace. In my view, this theme links peace with the inclusivity and equality of stakeholders. In this case, we are talking about the citizens of Uganda. And that is a message that we have heard coming from the last panel as well as from the keynote address: inclusivity, participation, equal right at the table. And the Honorable Minister has done an elaborate job of explaining the need to eliminate the discrimination and exclusion from some of the examples that he has lived through himself, and the steps that the government of Uganda has made to eliminate these, including the future steps. Indeed, what is there to say after Honorable Mao has spoken? Aaron Sorkin, who is an American playwright and film director, once said, "Oratory should raise your heart rate." And many times when I listen to the good minister's arguments, my heart rate does just that. For good reason, because of the depth of his arguments and his expertise. It is therefore very humbling to be asked to speak after Honorable Mao, especially when you have spoken from the heart. The Uganda Human Rights Commission has chosen to focus on sectarianism and tribalism for discussion today. And as we know, Uganda is a multiracial and multi-ethnic society. However, as we have heard and as we know, utterances and publications laced with sectarianism and tribalism have been on the increase, with particular reference to the 2021 general elections. These two isms, tribalism and sectarianism, are often political or cultural conflicts between two or more actively competing groups, which are often related to the form of government which they live under. regardless of the fact that we try to negate the political angle, inevitably there is a link to the politics. These two isms revolve around the cultural and physical survival of these groups, call them peoples, and unfortunately they can result into prejudice, discrimination, hatred, untold suffering, and loss of life, as we have seen in some instances in Uganda. But most importantly, these are often exacerbated by factors such as growing poverty, unemployment, and economic equality. The Honorable Minister talked about state building, the need for us to undertake state building. But you cannot focus on state building without addressing issues of the growing economic inequalities, the discrimination, the social, cultural weaknesses that the Ugandan fabric is currently experiencing. I'm happy that today we are seeing the involvement of different stakeholders beyond the supposedly affected parties. And I thank Uganda Human Rights Commission for putting together today's program that involves multiple and key stakeholders. In my view, it is important to have a dialogue beyond the victims or directly affected persons. Now, to take us back to the legal sources, within the international sphere, sectarianism and tribalism are treated as a subset of racism. The UN resident coordinator mentioned that today we are not really focusing on racism for Uganda, but still, sectarianism and tribalism are a subset of this, and they are a ground of discrimination. So in actual sense, what we are talking about is discrimination and unequal treatment between groups in social cultural diversities and unequal treatment in economic opportunities, in education, and the like. We have been reminded by the minister that there is no lack of the law to address these two issues. Uganda is well covered regarding the legal framework to guide and deal with these two isms as part of discrimination. We have ratified as a country the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination in 1980, which prohibit discrimination driven by social stratification of persons into tribes, which is what we are dealing with today. Let me also mention that we are further guided and bound by Sustainable Development Goal number 16, which aims to promote peaceful and inclusive societies by building accountable and inclusive institutions at all levels. Inclusivity is a word that we have heard over and over again this morning. And one of the targets of SDG 16 is to enforce non-discriminatory laws and policies. And as a country, we have done just that. The minister also mentioned Article 21 in the Constitution, which affirms the principle of non-discrimination. Moreover, the foreign policy objectives of Uganda provide, among others, that Uganda shall be based on the principles of opposition to all forms of domination, racism, and other forms of oppression and exploitation. So we have a good legal basis guided by the international standards as well as the direct ratification in our Constitution and our laws, including the Penal Code, to enforce the tenets against discrimination. And in fact, if we don't, they serve as an obstacle to friendly and peaceful relations in Uganda and are repugnant to the ideals of any human society. I would also like to mention that Uganda has not had any individual complaints or inquiry procedures under this international mechanism, meaning that we have nobody or institution in the country has utilized the international mechanisms to seek redress, that the committee under the Convention on Elimination of Racial Discrimination has not been moved to probe into a situation of discrimination on basis of ethnicity. Does that mean that it doesn't exist? Is it because it has not received reliable information indicating grave or systematic occurrence of the same? So the question before us, from the utterances that are coming out frequently, does that mean that these violations of discrimination on the basis of ethnicity are not happening? The minister referred to them as ethnically oriented favoritism. Certainly, the utterances are there. Do they speak to grievances that require redress? These discriminations exist indeed, and they should be dealt with. However, I'd like to caution that regardless of the fact that we have an adequate legal framework to deal or address the issue of sectarianism and tribalism, perhaps a criminal approach does not resolve the problem. The Honorable Minister mentioned the need to deal with individual responsibility for individual wrongs, persons that are engaged in tribalism and sectarianism. He mentioned the case of persons celebrating the death of a particular senior citizen from one part of the country. And the law has been used against this individual. A criminal approach, however, may not adequately resolve the issues that compound or propel this kind of utterances and celebrations. Let us look back for guidance from the international standards to which we have committed ourselves as a country to adopt all the necessary measures for speedily eliminating this differential treatment, this discrimination in all its forms and manifestations that push people into negativity, into utterances that do not conform or that do not settle well with everybody. The obligation under the Convention on Elimination of Racial Discrimination is an immediate one. So that means that the government of Uganda, by ratifying this convention, is bound immediately, and we are late, is bound to undertake by all appropriate means and without delay these practices that result into discrimination in all its forms. The obligation created upon the government of Uganda is not a progressive one. Therefore, we don't have all the time in the world to sit down and wait while the truths are simmering that are resulting into these uncomfortable utterances. What do we base these actions on? We still seek guidance from international law. The Convention on Elimination of Racial Discrimination in General Recommendation 29 outlines some specific measures that I'd like to outline. Number one, and something that the minister has mentioned, is the need to understudy what is causing this differential treatment, these utterances, to understudy the discrimination, to understudy the causes of disempowerment in a truthful and honest way. We need to identify those communities that have suffered from discrimination, and he has mentioned them. I don't know whether there is any community in Uganda that has been, saved from this. There are very many. The massacres in Teso, the Renzori issue, Karamoja, Buganda, Acholi, West Nile, there are so many. So there is need for us to understudy these issues and monitor and report on the trends which give rise to the differential treatment. As a community, it is important for us to have evidence to compile, put together, and analyze these occurrences, and then to act accordingly. So there is need for us going forward to gain empirical evidence, for example, of the economic and social conditions of the affected communities, lack of access to resources, causes of poverty and economic opportunities, the gender perspectives. Who can lead on this innovation? There is need to formulate and put into action a comprehensive national strategy. And I'm glad that the minister mentioned the commission, a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Perhaps this is one way through which to talk about a comprehensive national strategy that involves the participation of members of the affected communities. The Convention on Elimination of Racial Discrimination calls for special measures to be taken to correct this practice of discrimination. And I believe it is one of the panelists who mentioned affirmative action, that we may need to formulate different forms of affirmative action for different groups of persons that have been affected. As the law further guides on what we need to do, international law gives guidance on what we need to do as a government of Uganda to take steps. What does it mean for us to take steps to deal with this differential treatment? General comment number 3 states that the obligations of the state include, number 1, that the state must take specific steps. The state cannot do nothing. You cannot ignore the fact that these utterances are happening and do nothing about it. So there is a mandate, there's an obligation to take specific steps. Secondly, the steps must be expeditious and effective. Can we investigate these utterances? Can we investigate the marginalizations? Can we investigate the disempowerment that is happening in different parts of the country? Expeditiously and in an effective manner. And thirdly, the steps that are taken must be deliberate, concrete, and targeted as clearly as possible. International law further tells us to empower existing institutions, those that are already in place, or create specialized institutions to promote the respect for equal human rights of these members. Would it be the Human Rights Commission in this case? Is it going to be the commission that the minister has talked about? There is need to have a mechanism that addresses the issues that are propelling these utterances to be made. It is also important to correct previous wrongs. It is not enough to have these institutions in place and look to the future. The minister talked about the need to set our suppressed national soul free. That can only happen if we reflect on what went wrong and therefore target redress or restoration on the wrongs that happened. Have there been lost cultural, economic, spiritual properties that have been taken away from communities without free, prior, and informed consent? I would like to remind the minister, and he said that we need to build from what is already going on. The process for a national dialogue had already started, where a lot of effort had been made to identify the different fault lines in this country: the religious divide, the northern question, the Muslim question, the Buganda question. There are very many issues that we need to talk about. So we need to reflect on what went wrong in order to pave out a path for the future. International law further guides the need, and I'm glad that the minister also talked about this, to engage and educate and sensitize the public and dialogue on these issues. And I believe that today is one of the steps that we are doing, engaging on the issue, to take it away from the informal, from the corridors, from the streets. When you pass in your vehicle and the street young men are pointing fingers and saying, one day we shall take that vehicle away from you, because they don't understand that perhaps you bought this vehicle through legitimate means. So we need to take away the conversation from the informal and bring it to a formal dialogue in an honest and brutal conversation. I would also like to emphasize that we need to have less focus on a criminal approach, less focus on the criminal, less focus on the sanctions, and as we have seen, we have very little legal jurisprudence on sectarianism anyway, and tribalism. But to understand, try and understand why these occurrences, the utterances, the publications on tribalism and sectarianism are growing. Let me conclude by reminding us that Uganda is a multiracial and multi-ethnic society. Ethnic differences exist, and in fact, these diversities are recognized under law. They are not necessarily political differences, however, and they don't necessarily need to result into negativity. But these diversities, which have become tribalism or sectarianism, when they are politicized in a particular political framework, need to be dialogued about in an honest and brutal way. I would like to end by emphasizing the need for conversation, for dialogue, for the taking of concrete steps. Let us take steps in a dedicated and committed way to understand how these occurrences are manifesting and the reasons why, so as to be able to deal with them comprehensively. The Honorable Minister mentioned the commission. We don't lack for commissions in this country. The Land Commission, the Human Rights Commission. If at all we need to follow the guidance of international law, that the government should take specific steps that are expeditious and effective, we also need to carefully think about the framework to take forward the conversation on tribalism and sectarianism in this country. I am convinced that there is hope for Uganda. I thank the Honorable Minister for the commitment and the steps that he has outlined that the government of Uganda is undertaking. But I'd also like to say that as much as we're talking about a legal framework, this must be very deliberate and well couched to allow us scratch beyond the surface and not only tick the box that there is a Truth and Reconciliation Commission in this country. Only then shall we, as he mentioned, begin the journey to renew and rebuild relations for reconciliation in this country. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zahar Nampeo. One of the questions that she raises to the minister, the Honorable Minister, is, do we need another commission? Do we need another forum to deal with these issues? She has also emphasized the need for us to look at the brutal facts. And as the Uganda Human Rights Commission, we believe that we are starting to see that, and we are very grateful for your participation today. As we have continued, we have received some more honorable guests who I would wish to recognize. Honorable Rose Abiga, member of the Human Rights Committee of Parliament, is with us today. We are very glad to have you with us here. Honorable Mton Muoma, I hope I've gotten that right. He's also a member of the Human Rights Committee of Parliament. You're very welcome. With us are members of the Uganda Human Rights Commission. Honorable Shifra Lukwago is in the building. We recognize your presence, together with Honorable Crispin Kaheru. You are very welcome, sir. I would also like to recognize His Royal Highness Yosam Oduru, the King of Lango and Chairman of King's Forum, His Royal Highness Daisa Baruli, as well as the Secretary General, Uganda Kings and Cultural Leaders Forum, Right Honorable Ambassador George Atim. You are all very welcome. We sincerely thank you for honoring our invitation. The conversation continues. We are ready to move on to our next panel. One of the questions that Dr. Zahara raised was what went wrong and how do we correct the past? And we would like to analyze that together with the role of women, the family, community, and opinion leaders in creating a non-sectarian, non-tribal, and peaceful development trajectory in Uganda. At this juncture, I would like to welcome Dr. Donald Rukare. He will be moderating this session. He is the Chief of Party, Rights and Rule of Law Activity Uganda. I am also aware that he is an advocate of the Courts of Judicature. You are very welcome. I will allow you to invite your panelists.
Thank you very much, Mistress of Ceremony. Good afternoon to all of you in your respective capacities. I have the honor of moderating a panel 2, which is looking at what went wrong, how can we correct the past, and we're going to be in very eminent company, and I would like to invite the panelists in no order of merit. We have Mr. Okello Leonard from Uhuru Institute. He's the executive director. Can we join me in welcoming Leonard? We have someone who needs no introduction, and I'm a bit conflicted because she's my clan leader, Honorable Dr. Miria Matembe, who is an opinion leader. I'll come back to the issue of the clan later, and I'll explain. It's free sitting, like Uganda Airlines. We have Dr. Livingstone Sewanyana, who is the executive director of the Foundation for Human Rights Initiative and an independent expert within the UN system. We have the retired Assistant Inspector General of Police, Mr. Asan Kasinje. I also declare we come almost from the same village, so I have to be a bit careful what I say. He might refuse to give me right of easement. We have Honorable Imat Cecilia Barbara Atim Ogwal. She's the women representative for Dokolo District. I don't know if she's around. And we have Professor Ndebesa Wangusia from Makerere University, a professor of history. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming this very esteemed panel. So, I wanted to begin this very important conversation by continuing to frame the discussion that we have been having since morning. Most of you are aware that in the third schedule of our Constitution, we have 65 recognized indigenous communities. I've always had a problem as a lawyer when we define us as indigenous, but that's what it says, 65 as of 1926. So for Honorable Medad, who says he's from different places, we might have to see where the intersection is. In addition to those 65 communities that we have in the Constitution, I thought when you look at the theme behind, it says ending sectarianism and tribalism. I come from the school of thought of Honorable. Maybe we should say living with sectarianism and tribalism. I don't know whether we can end it. Recent Afrobarometer studies indicate that most Ugandans, close to 80%, do not view themselves as Ugandans, but as first their tribe. So I'm just trying to set the context. I recently wrote a piece in the Monitor. I want to change my tribe. I'm a Munyankole, half Muiru, half Muhima. I'll come back to that later. And as a young man growing up in Makerere, I never got engaged with this issue of tribalism and sectarianism. The tribe that we had in Makerere was our friends who were either the Onyangos, the Kirias, the Mugambis. So for me as a young boy, tribe meant absolutely nothing. I don't even speak enough Runyankore to get elected honorable. However, when I wrote that piece, I got 50 emails saying, you Banyankole, even if you write these things down, we are going to come for you. 50 emails. And as I continue to just briefly frame in the 2 minutes I have, there's a road just above here which has barriers. Just 5 minutes from here. I want to change my tribe, like how you have dual nationality. Maybe we should allow dual tribes in Uganda, because people believe that we, the Banyankole, have unfettered access to privilege and power, which is an interesting thing to think about. And lastly, one of my own office mates had her sister, and I want this to frame it for our eminent panelists, had her sister in the Cancer Institute in Mulago during COVID. So we went to visit this friend of mine, a very close friend. And she said, you see, when you got that place, and I've been thinking of joining, but you find people living, saying on the cement. Whether you're NRM, whether you're DP, whether you're NUP, whether you're what, you're all on the cement. And you look at them, and the right to health is clearly not being observed. So she told me at 10, said, you see, Dawn, she's from northern Uganda. For us, from northern Uganda, this is where we come. And you, Banyankole, again, us with privilege, I don't know what privilege we have, you go to Nakasero Hospital. So again, I wrote another piece in the Monitor saying we should not tribalize our health system. And then one of my aunties found me at a function and said, Dawn, when did you become opposition? I said, I didn't become opposition. I just wrote what I felt was correct. So I just thought I would frame that background. So we welcome our eminent panelists to this. We have eminent politicians, academics, former people who are working with government are now turned activists, someone from civil society and civil society as well. And I think in order to kick off this important discussion, I'll ask Dr. Livingstone Sewanyana, who has been baptized the grandfather of human rights in Uganda. You've been here since Ebiserabiamini or beyond, as they say, for us young people. What, in your view, Livingstone, has gone wrong, and how can we correct this? And I want to say that we're going to try and end this panel by at least 1:30. So just keep that in mind, our panelists, because of time. So Livingstone, kick off this conversation with, in your view, from where you stand on this issue of sectarianism and tribalism. You have about 5 minutes to give us your view. We'll come back to you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. So Livingstone.
Thank you, Dr. Donald Rukari. It's always a pleasure to speak before you. And I want to thank the Uganda Human Rights Commission for having convened this forum. I hope it will add value to our search for peace and democracy in this country. The question that we are dealing with is a global issue. It's not actually restricted to Uganda. I've just returned from Geneva as the UN independent expert on promoting a democratic and equitable international order. The focus of my fifth report was on rethinking global peace and security. The question of peace and security actually bewilders various states, many states, and as such, it's a relevant issue to interrogate here. Coming back home, one thing is clear. For you to prescribe the right approach to dealing with the question of tribalism, I will not talk about racism as such in Uganda. My understanding is the problem is tribalism. It's not racism. It is largely tribalism. For us to understand and prescribe the right approach and medicine to this problem, we need to understand what we are talking about. And what we are talking about is the Ugandan state. We need to understand the Ugandan state. If we understand the Ugandan state, then we shall be able to respond appropriately. So, first backwards, let's look at the governance architecture of Uganda. The governance architecture will help you to understand what went wrong. And if you go back to the pre-colonial period, one thing is clear. Our nature of governance was patrimonial. Society was perceived as egalitarian, and there was no room for dissent. In fact, the king reigned. Fast forward, came colonial period. The nature of governance during the colonial period was personal rule. You remember the chief here in Uganda and other parts of the country. You would not question the chief. Chiefs were not questioned. Indeed, it was rule-oriented. And of course, since then, we have a very dominant state. Now, what is the characteristic of a dominant state? A dominant state by its very nature is authoritarian, not authoritative. The Ugandan state, since pre-colonial period, has been and remains, I would say, authoritarian. It's an authoritarian state. The chief rules, the president reigns. His word is the law. You need to change that if you want to prescribe the right medicine. It is built around patronage politics. Unless you belong, and that's what I would say, unless you belong to the right group, the right class, and you can broaden the space as you wish, you have no space whatsoever. That is the nature of rule that we have always had. And of course, from personal rule, fast forward, you had military rule, quasi-military rule, and back to personal rule. The nature of governance, I still say, is largely coercive. The state is coercive. If you want to know how coercive the state is, just look here, just a few meters here. See how KCC treats the local people. Very ordinary people, how they are treated. Very coercive, whether in collection of taxes, in relationship, it is a coercive state. But beyond being coercive, it is even abusive. It's an abusive state. And as such, the population also echoes that. So apologists will be very quick to say, no, the problem largely falls with the population. Actually, they mimic what the state does. There is no respect for the integrity of the individual. Where there is no respect for the integrity of the individual, conflict is rife. The individual is not at the center of the decision-making process. The nature of that state, and I'm not talking about, by the way, Uganda only, because it applies to Uganda, but also many states, including African states, it is predatory. That's the nature of state you are dealing with. It is predatory. And the relationship between the population and the state is in a state of flux, as well stated by Professor Makau Mutua. You can be an apologist and you say, no, it doesn't apply. But I want to tell you that's the nature of governance. The use of force is at the center of governance. It dominates every aspect of life. The individual in that scenario is largely powerless, very powerless, is at the receiving end. And there is generally a lack of freedom. Freedom as a value is not highly respected and practiced. Freedom is important for you to reverse the trend. People need to feel free, respected, and valued. If that does not happen, then of course the rest reigns. Tribalism, nepotism, all the things you are talking about, the lack of peace. There is a disconnect between the state and the population. And that is a serious one. Quite often, when the leadership speaks, they think they are speaking what the public wants. They actually rarely understand what the public wants. There is a clear disconnect between the population and the state. So, for you to move forward, you need to deconstruct the state in order for peace to prevail, in order for democracy to prevail, in order to enjoy the rights we all cherish. The individual, therefore, must be supreme, must be put at the center of the decision-making process. The rights of the people must matter at all times. Above all, institutions must be respected for what they stand, because they are set up for a purpose. If they are not respected, then definitely conflict prevails. Law and order must be cherished and practiced. Finally, there must be less rhetoric and more action. Thank you.
Thank you, Livingston. He has tried to give us a context and background, and I think this would be an appropriate segue into Dr. Miriam Matebe. Livingston is saying we need to deconstruct the state. You used to be part of one of the organs of the state as a minister and now as an activist. So from your perspective, Doctor, what do you think has gone wrong, and how can we begin to maybe reconstruct this state that Livingston is saying we need to deconstruct? Honorable, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the Commission for organizing this meeting at this particular time in Uganda when we are almost losing hope. While others are so hopeful, others are becoming so hopeless. And I want to thank you for inviting me and giving me a new title of opinion leader. And you know, opinion leaders are people who are very, you know, when I used to campaign in Mbarara, first they would tell me, have you met so and so? Have you visited so and so? And so I had to go and visit those people in order to win their confidence and earn the votes. So those distinguished opinion leaders are very important. Thank you for raising my status. Now I would like to begin by quoting the Bible. In Matthew chapter 12, verse 25, it says that Jesus knew their thoughts and said to them, every kingdom divided against itself will be ruined, and every city or household divided against itself will not stand. And we have seen this as true. You know, we quote this Bible, and I'm glad about those who founded Uganda, because they founded it on God, for God and my country, as you remember, and for national anthem, as you know, we put our country into God's hands. And that's why these things are really true. What Jesus said so many years ago is what is happening here in Uganda. And anyway, in other countries, you cannot say that Uganda is standing as a nation because it is not. And the question that was put forward is, how did this, how did it come about? All of us know. We know how it came about, but we continue repeating so that we may remind ourselves. Of course, I would like to say, as a leader who has been a person who was here before independence, I would go back and look at colonialism. And as the statement which I quoted said, a divided house cannot stand. So the colonizers, the enemies who wanted to win the scramble for Africa, they wanted to take over what they wanted. They could not have us united. First of all, they stopped our process of naturalization. Perhaps we could have naturally evolved into a nation called Uganda or anything else. But when they stopped it, then they bound us into one geographical area and said, you are now Ugandans. And then they started using their principle of divide and rule to capture us. Two principles, divide and rule. The second one, promote and oppress. So they divide and rule us. They make us fight one another. And then they promote others who become better leaders and wealthy. And they oppress others. So the leaders become proud and wealthy and arrogant. And then the oppressed become poor and angry and hate the other ones. So that's what happened right from the beginning. And then, of course, when our leaders came at independence, what could they inherit which they did not know? So what they did after taking over, irrespective of what they could have thought they would get, they could only exercise what they found happening. And they went on with the principle, these two principles of divide and rule, promote and oppress. And because I want to be short in answering this question, I want to say that we have gone through our history. All the northerners, when the Obote fell, they were telling you how the Amin rose up and how they killed Bachora and Rangis. I wrote a book, you know it. If you've not read it, go and read it. The freedom for democracy and betrayed in this country. And then when the Amin came and ruled, everybody hated them. And when then the other people came, the UNRF, and threw them over, and then now it was time to kill the other. And that's why we, including myself and Muntu and others, why we objected strongly against removing the term limit. Because the Constitution of Uganda, where I was a member, and we traversed the whole country, and the Ugandans were very eager and yearning to become a nation. And that's why they came up with that constitution. When we saw our president destroying it, we stood up against it because we did not want to see what you were talking about. Wherever you go, they say, Yuba Nyankore, Yuba Nyankore. And if it so happens that now things turn over, you will see how the pangas will cut Yuba Nyankore out there. Because this is a culture that has now become part of Uganda, which we are saying it really must stop. And I want to refer to what the chair was saying. For me, when I was growing up in Ankole, by the time I grew up, these things of tribalism in Ankole, we did not have them. But prior to that, our forefathers and mothers had fought against the whole issue of ethnicity. But as I talk right now, the ethnicity of Bahima and Veiru, which had died by the time we grew. Some of us are a combination of two, some of us are more leaned on the other one, and for us we lived happily together. But right now, as I talk, the issue of ethnicity between Bahima and Veiru has escalated to high levels, and the evil, I will talk about religion also, the evil of the alliance between the Bahima ethnicity with the Catholic to be able to defeat the Protestant Veiru is now running. If you want to prove me wrong, go to Greater Mbarara and ask who are the leaders in this area. But now that I'm saying it, I'm now the wicked one. As Segona said, when you see it and speak it, you are the bad one, you are the wicked one, it must be done silently. But now, chairperson, you brought me here, and I have blown it out like this, so now I'm in trouble. But for me, my God keeps me. So what I want to say is that really, we have got to face these problems. And what disturbs me is that it is the very leadership on top of this country. Me, I will say it whether you like it or not. Our president will tell you, no sectarian, no sectarian. It will be a song. But in practice, it is practiced very effectively. In fact, if Segona was here, I would say, those 12 people you saw studying fuel, if you were to find out where they come from, you are saying Banyankore, but you'll find it was one ethnicity. And that is a big problem. In fact, in 2001, I said that if Ankore was the only Uganda, if Banyankore formed Uganda as a country, the pangas of Rwanda would have raised during those campaigns. These are things which go underground, which you people don't know. So, in order to stop here, because we shall answer other questions, for me, I have put down, I have all these things which I suggest that we shall do. We must really be tired and sick and tired and sick and tired. Because how can one group, when they rule and go, then the other group comes and kills them and they suffer. Then the other group, then the other group. The Constitution of Uganda was made very, very deliberately by very decent reasoning Ugandans who had wanted to put this thing to a stop. But the president of Uganda resisted it, removed the term limit, later on removed the age limit, because he's dying to live in power forever without handing over power. And in fact, discussing these things when he's not part of this debate is one of the challenges that we face in this country. Some of us will speak the truth, but central to all these is the question, does the government of Uganda want peace? Does the government of Uganda want Uganda as a nation? Does it want unity? As long as they don't want, and they are the one there, we shall talk until cows or whatever goats and sheep come home.
Okay, thank you, Honorable. We'll get into the sheep and the goats, but I would like to bring Leonard from Uhuru, from where you stand. Honorable is painting this picture of, is the government willing, and also maybe some, what I would call, cycles of revenge and issues in terms of our historical past dating from the colonial time. We are getting to 60 years very soon. Can we still keep blaming the colonial legacy? So, Leonard, what is your take on what went wrong? Where are we from your level, from your lens as a civil society leader?
Thank you very much. It's encouraging and exciting to know that we are doing this discussion, because I have experienced this both at a very personal level and at national, political, and intellectual debate levels. I don't know where my father was buried. I don't know where his firstborn son was buried. So that's the kind of person, as a result of what has happened in this country, I am. That's what I carry along with me every day. Hopefully one day I will get to know where Daddy was buried, and one day we'll get to know where my brother was buried, or at least which part of River Nile was thrown in. That is the kind of Uganda we are dealing with, the pain which comes with these ethnic tribal problems. I think what did we get wrong? Where did we go wrong? I think, yes, while I agree with the fact that the colonialists and subsequent independence governments continued to use the divide and rule strategy, we have failed in turning back to say what good things did we have which it should be picking on and using to change some of the things we are facing. I mean, for many of us, the problems, the divides that we have in this country, what I call the Ugandan divide, the Ugandan socio-political divide, all of them have become normal and natural socialization. Our mothers teach us when they are carrying us. Our fathers teach us about them, and we grow up believing that other tribe is the one with the mistake. And for us, we are the good people. Those other people out there are the bad ones. And so that's why when I was a student in Kigezi High School, I contested to be head prefect of Kigezi High School, and I was told in my face, this castle is very good. You cannot be Mukoko Takabas to be a head prefect in Kigezi High School. You'll find another position. So I became house captain of Biganga House because a Mukoko is a beast, cannot be a head prefect of Kigezi High School. That is how we look at each other across the Nile. Balin Solo Busolo, Sibantu, Batemu. Those northerners are beasts. They are murderers. They are not human beings. They are beasts. What they don't know here and in the West is also up now. We also say, you're not lay team. Lay team means Nsolo Busolo or a Chikoko. So in short, we have naturalized this. We have taught our children with. It's become the way our children grow up believing that the other side is the wrong side. How then can you pull together? If you brought a child up believing in that. Then there are those who Pastor Leonard goes, receives the Holy Spirit last night, 3 weeks later, goes preaching and says, Islam is a demonic religion. Okay? In the church in the morning. In the afternoon, he goes to Haji Asuman, Mukasa, to buy meat. From the very person in the morning, he was telling his followers not to associate with because it's a demonic religion. But he's willing to go and buy meat for his family in the afternoon from the same person or from a person who believes in a religion. In the morning, he was telling his followers in the church that are demonic. That's a challenge we're dealing with. And we socialize, we get this, it becomes a way of a belief, a matter of faith, a matter of understanding. Those are the challenges. When we started the anti-corruption Black Monday, anti-corruption campaign in Uganda, Arthur LaRocque, County Director of ActionAid, and Lenny Okello, Executive Director, CEO of Uhuru Institute, were arrested and taken to Ginger Road Police Station. We were released in the afternoon. In the crowd, while we were being arrested, there were young people taking photos and trying to share it with the world on what was going on through social media. One of them got very excited and went and explained to his parents on the dining table in the evening, in the dinner table, how we have started this anti-corruption. We are going to mobilize the whole country to fight corruption. Then the parents kept quiet. And he said, but what's wrong? Why are you quiet? I thought this is a good idea. You've always told me how you're not happy with corruption. Then the father said, you know what? It's good to fight corruption. But how can you fight corruption with these northerners? So how do we fight corruption if, now, the painful thing, this young man is a lawyer, he's still close to me up to today, we are always in touch. He told me that what disturbed me is that my father is a senior person, he is a Christian, he has taught me, told me in front of God, nobody is more important than the other, we are the same. But he's now telling me that I cannot. So that's the kind of challenge we are dealing with as a country. So what I think we need to recognize is that these things have become a cultural norm. And we must start undoing them, not only in the conference rooms like this, we must undo them the way we talk to our children every day, the way we talk to do education or in schools. It must become a subject of undoing for all of us in every space that we go into.
Thank you.
I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. I think you raise very interesting issues. Just 4 weeks ago, as we welcome Honorable Imat Cecilia Ogwal, you're welcome, Madam Honorable. Join me in welcoming her. I think what Leonard is raising is very pertinent, and I think we're here to speak truth to power. About 4 weeks ago, I met 4 young men, urban young little boys, between the age of 13, 14, going for their first dance. And this is an area I've been very interested in because I've been writing about it quite a bit. And I asked these young men, and I come to Honorable Kasinje. I asked them, so you're going for your dance? I said, yes. So are your girlfriends, where do they come from? These are young boys, 4 weeks ago. I said, no, we don't have girls, they're a bit shy. So I said, so is your girlfriend from Karamoja? No. It's not. I said, why? Those Karamajong are too tall. So you can see now with these 4 boys, already in their minds, they have pictures. Even that's when we were growing up, as I come to Mr. Kasinje. When I was growing up in Makerere, we had the view that northern Uganda, and I grew up in a fairly open society, we had a view that northern Uganda, like what Leonard is saying, was some hostile desert area. I went to northern Uganda for my first time when I was working in the Irish embassy, and I was very surprised to find. So I think we need to have study tours. People should be able to move across, because even bank managers who I was telling told me, Don, you're going to Gulu, so where are you going to stay? Are you going to stay in Arua? And this is a bank manager who is taking decisions on behalf of the country. They don't understand northern Uganda is one big desert. And when I went there, I was totally surprised what I found. And I went there when I was 28, so you can imagine. So, Honorable Kasinje, from your perspective, as someone who has been around quite a bit, what are we dealing with?
Thank you so much, Don, and for the kind invitation from the Uganda Human Rights Commission. First and foremost, I understand that from time immemorial, man has yearned for an ideal society where he or she can live a happier, worthier, and more rewarding life, a society that is spiritually beautiful, materially affluent, and humanly rewarding. That's what all of us wish to have. But this can only be possible if there is, or if there was, peace and security in the world. And I believe that without peace, we cannot have a nation, we cannot have a society, and individuals cannot develop. Now, there's a philosopher called Hobbes. Those of you who have studied even law, but mainly political science, like I did. A society without peace is like life in a state of nature. It is brutish. It is barbaric. It is short, dull, and nasty. Now, I'm not a politician. Maybe I should start practicing in 2026. I don't want to make my MP nervous, but a lot has been said about politics and that. But I'm a policeman. I'm just a cop. Whether I have retired or not, I will go with my uniform and sword down there. So I'm going to draw you to the crime aspect of what we are talking about, just a little bit, to spice up this discussion. Don, I have also gone through what you have said from the beginning. You know, born in Shema, in a small village, I got a small school in Ushenyi called St. Kagwa. Most of you can hardly even identify exactly where it is. And I went to Makerere University. And those days were good, and I just went to police because that's the gap that I saw, and it was a conscious choice. And I did my job through communities and working with communities, and I developed a program together with the British assistance called community policing. I have had the pleasure, I have had the opportunity to go to almost every community in Uganda, every community. I have been there throughout the 33 years I have worked in the police. And I decided that I want to work for communities. I decided that I don't know tribe, I don't know religion. Actually, up to now, people think I'm a Muslim, okay? Nobody knows, unless I have tweeted about it. People think I'm Muslim. I have decided not to, believe in this thing called ethnicity. For me, someone who is on the street and he needs assistance, my phone is on 24/7. I don't want to know where you come from and whatever you do. In around 2015, my daughter, a young lawyer now, she convinced me, Daddy, why are you not on social media? And I said, why should I be on social media? So she convinced me and we started looking which social media platform. And then she said, join Twitter. They call it Twitter, these young people. So I joined Twitter. Now, one of the things that challenged me, young people started saying, you are an assistant inspector general of police because you were Munyankore. I said, huh? You said, yes, that's why you're in that office. And that's what you are. That's what we see. You are Munyankore. If you are talking the things they want, afande. But if you are challenging them and say, no, you people, why are you behaving like this? You are in that office because you are Munyankore. And then I decided that I write a book called Chosen. Honorable Miriam Matemba has written that book and Honorable Winnie. I wish we can have that book and you read it. And one of the things that I started talking about was why has there been this kind of anger? Where is it coming from? And from that perspective where I have been, probably I'm going to write a second book called Policing Different Communities in Uganda. I've just got the topic from here and I'm going to write it. I have all the time. I'm going to write that book. But don't let me give you some few challenges that I have seen while I'm doing my work. Number one, when we are going into campaigns, then there was, and we are in policing COVID-19 situation. So the Chikachambogo, the clan, decided that they are going to have, I think, some function, some Thanksgiving that took place in a place called Muguru at their, headquarters in Mitiana. And whatever happened, there was tear gas, there was that acrimony and whatever. But the following day, we needed to make sure that we stop this. And the police wanted to go and apologize. Go and apologize to the different communities. Number one, to the Kingdom of Buganda. Number two, to the Chikachembogo. Number three, to the Catholic community in Uganda. And they sat and they decided the man who should go is Kasinje. I was privileged. I said, of all people, yes, let me go. So I went and started with Bishop Kagwa, the late Bishop Kagwa. I went to Ulange and met the Katikiro of Buganda. And I went to Mitiana and I met Omutaka Katerega. Several months after, unfortunately, the bishop died of COVID-19. And the young man went and wrote on Facebook because I had given him a mask as a token, because that was my first day, by the way. I had been afflicted by COVID for 18 days in Entebbe Hospital. So I said, I don't want any other person to have COVID. So while in hospital, I rang my PA, go and make several, and I put here community policing. So I gave him. Now, this young man went and took and brought a picture on Facebook. One is the coffin that contains the remains of Bishop Kagwa. The other one is the picture that I took with Bishop Kagwa handing him a mask. And so he wrote, Afande Kasinje, he's the one who poisoned Kagwa, Bishop Kagwa, with poison. He went to State House, they gave him poison. He has killed our bishop. Who has ever killed a bishop here? Do you understand what it means, somebody saying you have killed a bishop? And my son, who was about to sit senior 4 exams, didn't, because the students said, your father has killed a bishop. Recently, of course, he was taken to court, something like that. Recently, 2 days ago, he brought to me an apology and said he was doing this because Bishop Kagwa is a Muganda. And me, I was a Munyankore. Do you understand what I'm talking about now? That policing, therefore, can be viewed in that angle. And I'm going to give two. I know I've taken a lot of your time. Recently, there were Jambia in Masaka. This is not the first phenomenon. The first one was in 2008. I was the one that went there to pacify that area. The second one was in 2020, okay? 2017. It was on the first. Actually, remember when people were killed as they were celebrating the New Year. You remember that time? And then the recent one. But when we went there and what I was seeing, it was again issues of sectarianism, issues of tribalism that were bringing out all these issues. Very quickly, I was in I think the Ikumadia, is he here? He's not here. Between Butareja and Budaka, there is a river and there is a wetland. Okay? So the Banyore and the Bagwere, who have lived that period of time, me, I didn't know this, and I went there. I went with the Inspector General Police, General Kari at that time, and he left me there for 1 week, and I saw killings in that field. Why? Because one is a Mugwere, the other one is a Munyore. This question, therefore, is very paramount. Now I end this by saying this, that we need to look and focus on the family. We need to focus on the family. Young people now, if you go on social media, if you go on, we need to find the question of what happened. If you read Chosen, I am born from the community, and the community nurtured me. You cannot do anything. Everybody in the community is your father, is your mother, is everybody. The home, where we come from, we need, as we talk about the conversation that we need to talk about, is the family providing enough ground for our children to grow in?
Okay, so as Afande, yes. I think you have raised a very pertinent point, which takes me to our leading historian. From the historical perspective, Professor, has Uganda always been like this? I thank you, Assistant Honorable in the making, for that very candid perspective. You have a very long history in police. When I was in IGG for 9 years, we used to investigate corruption. And people would come to my desk and begin speaking Runyankore, and I would always answer them in English, partly because I don't understand Runyankore very well. So I understand where it comes, where we tribalize. They thought by speaking Runyankore to me, you would handle their case favorably. So I'd always answer them in English. And they say, this is a very confused Munyankole. So, Professor, historically, what is the issue that we are dealing with?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope I'm heard. Yes, as you know, I come from the academia, and in the academia, our protocol is telling truth to power. From the academia is challenging the orthodox. From the academia, our protocol is challenging the conventional, the orthodox, the assumptions, and those which are taken for granted. And that's what I'm going to do without apology. So thank you for inviting me to share with you and the Ugandans there this very critical issue of ethnicity or tribalism, whatever you want to call it. So I will start with the assumptions. One of the assumptions that has been projected is that sectarianism, ethnicity, or tribalism is because of colonial legacy, and more so indirect rule. I want to challenge this one and say it is true to a certain extent, but Ethiopia was not colonized. Is there no tribalism in Ethiopia? Indirect rule. What about in the French colonies? There was direct rule. Is there no sectarianism in Ivory Coast or Senegal? Is it only in British dependencies? So that assumption needs to be interrogated. Another assumption is that it is the political elites who normally propagate and promote this one. Is Konyi uneducated elite? What about Lakwena? Were they elites? So I think that assumption needs also to be questioned. There is an assumption that there are many tribes in Uganda, and therefore that is where there is tribalism. Partly, yes, but how many tribes are there in Rwanda, Burundi, and Somalia? We need to question that assumption as well. There is also that the existence of tribes and kingdoms would be responsible. And that is why actually in 1966, 67 kingdoms were abolished. But it did solve the problem. That multi-parties having very many parties is responsible. There was that assumption in the 1960s and 70s, and parties were merged into one party system. Did tribalism go away? When Idi Amin came into power, he said, Sinister is brought about by political competition. He banned political parties, he banned politics. Did it end tribalism? It did not. Even saying that political elites are responsible, is tribalism restricted to politics only? What about in the church? Have you heard of what happened in the Church of Uganda? What about in the Islamic faith? What about in the Roman Catholic Church? Is it easier to be appointed a priest or a bishop in an area where you are not born? In Uganda, is that politics? That assumption is also really questioned. It is about political leaders, that we had leaders in the past who were ideologically disoriented. Have we done away with tribalism because the past leaders have been dealt away with? At one time it was said to be districts, that they were named after their tribes. And in 1979, Bidan Sarizeni, Minister of Local Government, and UNLF banned the naming of Ankole, Lango, Teso, Acholi, Karamoja, Bunyoro. They turned them into Weima, Mbarara, Rira, and they have we overcome tribalism? That mentioning tribalism, saying it, is the one which promotes it. And there is anti-sectarian law. Has that solved the problem? Demonizing tribes and all this has not solved the problems. Therefore, then what do I think is the cause of tribalism? There are very many causes. I don't want to limit them to any one cause, but I will just give a few from my point of view. And to reiterate actually what others have said, but maybe summarizing it, I want to state here that it is a problem of unequal access to resources and unequal access to power, or unequal distribution of public resources and unequal distribution of power. Yesterday there were elections in Parliament for Iyara. 5 of the members who were elected are from Eastern Uganda. 2 are from the West, 1 from the North, 1 from the Central. Has that sunk into your mind? Yeah? Take the example of Central Uganda or Buganda region. Currently, whom do they have in the central executive power of the government? The president and the vice president are not from Buganda. The chief justice and his deputy are not from Buganda. The speaker and the deputy are not from Buganda. The prime minister and her deputies are not from Buganda. So why are you leaving out a whole central region with the biggest population in Uganda out of the central distribution of power in Uganda? The question of unequal access to jobs, unequal access to promotions, unequal access to justice, unequal access to public resources, whether it is tenders, whether it is even tax. There are those who pay tax and those who are exempted. There are those who pay more tax than the others. So unequal access to resources and unequal access to power is partly responsible. And then I think somebody talked about disrespect. People also fight for their dignity. You don't just go around calling people primitive. You don't go around saying these are uncivilized. People have something to fight for that they cherish other than material things. To use Jesus' words, man does not live by bread alone. He has other things. She has other things that she cherishes. You don't just respect the dignity of people. Don't go around and dignifying them. That is also, there is a question of insecurity. If an ethnic group feels insecure, it might fight back. By the way, another assumption which I should challenge here is to say that tribalism is always negative. No. Yeah? Have I challenged you? Tribalism is not necessarily negative. Racism is not necessarily negative. Tribalism and racism are negative when they are used as an instrument for promoting privilege and unequal to power, especially used by those who have privileges. But what's wrong with Africans in South Africa having organized and used their identity as blacks against racism of the whites? What is wrong with an organized group like the Chikuyu, organized against colonialism and the domination of the British in Kenya? So sometimes tribalism used as an instrument to fight injustice against them can be positive. So let's not go always for these assumptions. So those are some of the challenges of causes. Now let me briefly talk about solutions before the chairman stops me. As General Munt talked about, I think when he was presenting, he was saying that we should not be onlookers. All of us as citizens, as Edmund Burke, I don't know whether that is a pronunciation, one of the philosophers in Britain out there, he said that all it takes for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. Should I repeat it? All it takes for evil to triumph in society is for good people to do nothing. What are you and me doing? If we are doing nothing, we are actually responsible for that evil besides those who are perpetrating it. What are we doing and what are we going to do? Once we stop being on the fence and really participate and refuse to be participated, we can go a long way to reduce this phenomenon of tribalism that has affected our national integration. Then I think Honorable Segona has also pointed out that when there is complaint that certain ethnic groups are not factored into government, you just pick somebody who is weak, somebody who is not controversial, somebody who is not ambitious to replace you, and you factor him or her into the government. I want to state, I'm not the one who has stated it, I read it somewhere, that actually a question of ethnic balancing is not arithmetic, it is algebraic and calculus. Should I repeat it? It is not arithmetic that 1 + 1 and +1 is equal to 3. You must first know that if it is 1A plus 5B or 2A plus 5X, you cannot tell whether 2A is smaller than 5A until you know the value of B. So the question of ethnic balancing is algebraic, it is not arithmetic.
Okay.
So let's stop arithmetic. Finally, Mr. Chairman.
I think you're becoming like our good person from the East African Parliament.
I am finishing. We should respect each other really and respect our dignity. It doesn't matter whether one is eating raw bread or is eating raw senene or raw ants or raw cassava. It doesn't matter. Let us respect our dignity and we shall overcome some of these prejudices and challenges that this country had. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Professor, for that. He has challenged a number of assumptions, and this brings us neatly to IMAT, Honorable Cecilia. You've been around for quite a while. From your perspective as a leader and a politician, a mother, I also recently saw you on TV, a devout Christian. What do you think has gone wrong, and how can we deal with it from where you sit? And would like to draw from your vast well of experience and knowledge. So you have the floor, Honorable. It seems to be on. I see the red light on. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, moderator. I'm called Tim Mogwal Cecilia Barbara. I want to, first of all, apologize for being late. It's generally not my character, but we lost a relative in the UK. We thought the body would arrive a day earlier, but instead arrived yesterday, so we had a funeral prayer today. I have looked at the topic of discussion of today, and I've been wondering whether I have anything to say, because there's no Ugandan who doesn't know what tribalism is There's no Ugandan who doesn't know what injustice is. And so, as a senior citizen, I normally feel shy to talk about things which are ordinary, which everybody knows. And for those of you who have given birth, like me, even if you are breastfeeding one child, you find that that one child is sucking one breast, the other hand is holding the other one. And you wonder, with whom are you fighting? It is just something inside, as if the other breast is not safe. So while I'm sucking this one, I must hold the other one. So that is what I've experienced. I've had the blessing of having twins, and that is even worse. That when you are breastfeeding twins, there's no way you can breastfeed them at the same time, because otherwise there will be war, not feeding. So I think there's something we are born with which we have not understood. And I think even the Bible tells us that when Perez and the brother were being born, they were fighting in the womb. So one who should not have come first, instead came first. So the nurse had to use a ribbon. So there's battles that goes on in us that we don't understand. I think that's where I want to start from the experience that I know. I'm not an academia, I'm not a medical doctor, I'm just a simple housewife who has given birth to children, and I've learned from my personal experience. I was just flushed into the field of politics. I don't think that was even my area, but I was just forced into it. But what I can say is that tribalism is part of us. And I think the professor has told us that most of the time, we politicians find it easy to blame others. We blame our problem of tribalism, nepotism, and all forms of injustices to colonialism, racism forced upon us by the colonial master. That's generally what we politicians find easy to talk about. But when you look at us, like Ugandans now, what is there about what has the colonial masters done to not even make us recognize what brought Uganda together? It's an issue I've brought in Parliament so many times, that the birth of Uganda as a nation was done in my district, in Dokolo. People don't want to talk about it, including the academias. It was until Mwanga and Kabalega and Ruarawich were dislodged from Dokolo. That was when the British now moved in and called the country called Uganda. But who wants to talk about it? So there was that spirit of bringing Uganda together without anybody preaching to anyone, without anybody preaching religion, without any politician saying, let's come together. No, but we felt there was need for us to fight these vices, colonialism, and of course, slave trade at that time. And history has taught us, some of you who now read very widely, you have now come to realize that it is actually we Northerners who are very much against slave trade. It is we Northerners who fought so hard. But nobody wants to preach about this. This very rich history. Something has got to be done, must be documented. Because I must find out why would the Langi be willing to die for the Baganda and protect their king, be willing to die for the Banyoro and protect their king, when the Banyoro and the Baganda were betraying their kings. So there's something wrong with our society. You can't blame it on the colonial masters. So I think really looking at ourselves, we need to sort out ourselves and find out what are these factors that drive tribalism, nepotism in our society. My sister, Miriam Matembe, who is part of this discussion, I used to have a battle with her in the Constituent Assembly, because then she was on the other side, I was on the other side. And when I used to bring those issues, I used to find a way of using the worst word to describe the system at that time. And she would also try to find the worst words of describing who I was and why I was contradicting the system. But I want to thank God that those worst words of mine attracted her slowly by slowly, and she has now embraced. And she actually speaks about it better than me now. So those are the victory. Those are some of the things. Sometimes when you are doing something, you feel it's not possible, but it is. Discussing the issue now is important. When we brought the law, the bill which we were supposed to discuss in Parliament on sectarianism, none of us was thinking about what is, first of all, even to understand what sectarianism, all of us had to use dictionary to try and understand it. But when we were now discussing it to make it into law, I told them, I said, this law is being brought to cover people who are already practicing sectarianism, but they want to say there is a law, so you don't practice it. Leave me only to be the one to practice it. I told them. It's on record. So we have our own problem. We have carried it as a hunchback. What do we do? Let me share one or two things. One, we have all heard of what happened in the past. We all have learned a lot from our rich history, although sometimes we criticize it. When the UPC government came up with this policy of education system, I think some of us could have questioned why. You have General Ronda who had to go to Kidgum High, and those of us who had opportunity of having interpersonal relationship with General Ronda, it was completely different character. And fortunately for him, he was tall and black. Some people thought he was an Acholi who did not speak Acholi very well. But his character changed. And there are very many Northerners, Easterners who went to Mbarara, you know. Through this education system, we learn the culture of other people. We learn to tolerate the, different tribes and practices. So I think we don't need to criticize things. We don't need just to discuss. We need to follow it up with policies and programs that can effectively address those problems. And as I'm just giving you one example, that we as the UPC government then succeeded by bringing people together, making them to appreciate. That's why for me, when I go to Western Uganda, I don't sleep in hotels. You go to the late Adonia Tiberondo's home, I have a room there. There is a room for Ogwal. I go to Miriam Matembe's home, there is a room for Ogwal. So we don't believe in that. But it's the current generation who are not appreciating, the richness of being different, but being one nation. So as far as I'm concerned, moderator, I'm sorry I've disappointed you. No, I have very little to contribute, but what I can say is that I witness tribalism every day, because there was a time I asked, who is the head of the prison? Who is the commissioner general of prison? Some name I could not pronounce. We Northerners have that problem. I could not pronounce. Who is the IGP of the police? I could not pronounce the name. Who is the commander of the army? I could not pronounce the name. So this is part of us. Why don't we accept it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nalongo, for that. I've been following you quite keenly, and I know that our good son's birthday is tomorrow, so happy birthday to him. He's a good friend of mine. I think we're trying to conclude. I've been told we should try and finish by 1:30, but we'll try our best to conclude in the next 10 minutes. And I would like to begin by, as we conclude this panel, ask Honorable Miriam Matembe, what do you think in conclusion, and giving us your, already Imat Nalongo is giving us some solutions, have policies. Leonard was in Kigezi High. He was very courageous to try and stand for HP with the Wachiga. I commend you for that courage to try and stand. But, Honorable, what role should women play? Women, because we are women activists. Should women play in trying to create a non-sectarian, a non-tribal society, and for us to live peacefully as you conclude? So if you can give us your in about 1 or 2 minutes, and then
Thank you very much. Before I go on women, I had put down some of the proposals I want to, as an answer to a problem.
Yeah.
I will give them quickly. I said that how to correct the past. All of us need humility, where all of us, irrespective of our positions, come down to a level where we are all driven by the desire for peace, accepting each other's views and finding a middle ground. Number 2, we need to acknowledge that Uganda is not a company where people buy shares and are valued according to the capacity of what they put in. Uganda is a nation in which each of us is as much of a Ugandan as the other. No matter how much wealthy, no matter how much military power you have, we must know that each of us, one share in Uganda, each of us, and therefore we recognize that. Having done that, we need to put and love Uganda first, before self and before tribe and ethnicity. Number 4, we need to get sick and tired, extremely sick and tired of what is happening with us, and that's when we shall have a deep desire to get and implement strategies to get us united. Now, we have tried everything. I want to tell this audience listening to me that even in 2021, we traversed the whole of this country. We came out with the Citizens Compact. We recommended to the government of what could be done after they had killed their institution. It was ignored. I'm only praying that what Honorable Mao has read for us today will make any meaning. As for the women, you know very well women are peacemakers. Women are peacemakers, and even in these countries where peace has returned, you can list the women who were doing that. But the problem is, first of all, we make peace by marrying across tribe, marrying across any religion, marrying across, and we go and have these children, and you find that we are one. And therefore, women make peace. But the problem is they don't have power to participate in decisions that influence that direction of getting the peace. For instance, I will tell you, you will say that right now in Uganda, the government, highest level of governance, you find all these women, but they are just there. They are sitting there in positions of power without power to influence decisions. Okay. But if women who are naturally human beings, we are the mothers of the human race. That's why we call these nations motherlands. If we got the opportunity to be the one to be at the center of taking decisions and discussing as to how we can come together, you would see a big difference.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I'll come to Livingston from the civil society's perspective as we conclude. What should we do? What role in creating this peaceful society as you conclude this very interesting topic? Livingston.
Thank you, Don. I think we should stop dealing with the symptoms. A lot of discussion is centered around symptoms. We need to deal with the root cause of the problem. It's the design itself. We need to deconstruct the state. We need to democratize. We need to bring the individual at the center of the decision-making process. We need to uphold the value of freedom. We need to ensure that all of us are equal and have a stake and a say. When all that happens, then all these issues that we are dealing with will have been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Livingston. Honorable Assistant Inspector General of Police, tell us what you think from the security angle. You gave us a very good perspective. We look forward to your book coming soon. What are your concluding remarks in terms of the role that maybe security can play?
I think I have tried to justify that crime is one of the most, a precursor, and also it fuels the violence that we see in society. And of course, once you see this violence, crime is high, then the emotions of people and beginning to talk about parochial, interests and whatever they come in. I think one of the things that I'm going to talk about is something that I did passionately, and we need to do that. It's community policing. We need to suppress crime. We need to go and work with the communities, with families, with the gender groups and all that in order to be able to suppress crime. If you look at the 2021 annual crime report, you'll find out that, for example, cases that are gender related, on gender-based violence, rape, defilement, on children, and the cases like child-related cases, and sexual violence and all that. They are resulting in society because, as I was about to say, we have not looked at, the role of the family. We need to look at the role of the family. Because all this starts from the family. I have put on my uniform and I have gone to places, and you find a mother with a crying child, and the child is saying, I told you continue crying, the policeman is there. He's going to deal with you. That we raise our children from nascent stage fearing policemen. You should fear a policeman.
Okay. So.
Okay? And as I finish, let's also look at respect to human rights and dignity of people. When we're talking about crime, and I leave this as food for thought, how do we arrest people? How do we detain them? All these issues, by the way, they are issues that sometimes make people believe and think they are being targeted, just because somebody does not want to respect the rights of others. Okay. So we must go and start a conversation on how we need to respect the rights and dignity, especially of women, children, and those groups that are not privileged. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Afande. Leonard, I hope you can go back to Kigezi High and stand as head boy. But what are your parting shots as someone who is in civil society and an opinion leader as well?
While still very actively doing what I just talked about, the campaigns we are doing, we developed something, a presentation and a write-up we are building called The Making of Uganda, which tells you how connected and how together we belong, how all the Mpakos are Luo words, okay? And therefore there must have been a connection between, even the word Mpako in Luo means celebrating somebody. To celebrate something is to Pako somebody. And Aboli, Adieri, all those are Luo words. Aboli, I've deceived you. Adieri, I'm your friend. Atenye, I've left you. All those are Luo words. Why did they come so? It means at some point there was some integration going on in this country that got disrupted. We need to rethink, reconstruct our history from a positive perspective that unites our people. If your history is about demonization and deobotanization, if your history is demonization and deaminization of Uganda, not everything that took place in those times were all ruthlessly bad. Certain things happen, we must pick them and redraw. The Chinese will tell you how great Chairman Mao is. But 20 million people died in the revolution of Chairman Mao and the Red Army.
Okay.
So we need to begin to rethink our history, shape it in such a way, but it makes us lessons, never to go back to the same mistakes, but pick good lessons from it to build a better, united, strong nation.
Thank you very much. That's a better, united, strong nation. Imat Nalongo Honorable, what are your parting shots? Before we come to our historian to wrap it up.
Well, I can only say that change starts from your mind. So we must first try to rewire, disengage the negativity in our mind and embrace the positivity. I think that is very important. Secondly, we need to acknowledge that these vices are with us and deliberately agree to come out of it. You talk about reconciliation, tolerance, but reconciliation and tolerance begins from you acknowledging that there is a problem and all of us must work to bring it to an end. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Professor, bring it together. History, can we learn from our history? You made us challenge a number of assumptions. What does the future hold? Do we have any hope of salvaging our country based probably on challengeable assumptions? So can you bring us to a close?
Starting with assumptions again, I have heard very many assumptions of saying those who have not studied from different areas. By the way, I studied from Tororo College, although I come from all the way southwestern Uganda. But what I am pointing out is this is also an assumption. Who has messed up this country in respect of tribalism? It is people in the decades of 70s. It is people, those of our age in the 60s. It is people in the 50s. Let's not make an assumption. The young ones are only verbalizing the symptoms of those who have messed up this country, who are in the 70s, who are in the 60s, who are in the 50s. That's an assumption. Therefore, what is the solution, Mr. Chairman? The solution is we must have inclusive politics, inclusive economy, inclusive justice, inclusive electoral procedures. Short of that, don't begin blaming generations of today who are only verbalizing what we have messed up, we of the old generations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. He's saying we should try and look forward. The generations of the past have caused us a few problems. We, the new, I know when I'm a youth, but the young people need to look and ask, what can you do for your country? It all begins with us. We all have a role to play in creating a peaceful Uganda, a Uganda where we all, irrespective of our tribe, irrespective of our creed, religion, can live peacefully and coexist. So I would like to thank the panelists. Join me in thanking our panelists for a very good job well done. And I thank the Uganda Human Rights Commission and the UN for putting this together. Let the conversations continue. And I would like to see what will happen on social media, because these days there's a new phenomenon which is coming up where you see people having a tweet storm, which is purely tribalistic and scaring. The hate speech is real, but let's all play our role to deal with this vice. I will peacefully not seek an extension of my term. I will hand over peacefully, and I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Rukare and your distinguished panel. Thank you for handing over power peacefully. We appreciate that. Dr. Rukare, you were asking if you are a youth, but from the feedback I'm getting from some of the young people, I've been told that we only have old people up here. So I think that applies to you, and I think by extension it might apply to me as well. Our distinguished guests, thank you so much. Indeed, the conversation continues. The hashtag is International Peace Day UG. We had intended to have plenary, but I think our bodies are requesting that we take a break. So I am going to seek your indulgence that at this moment we have a break of 45 minutes so that we are back in the room at 2:30. Please allow me to also recognize some more of our guests. Mr. Honorable Ekudo Tom Julius, Member of Parliament and Member of the Human Rights Committee. You are very welcome. We are honored to have you with us today. Honorable Nabukera Hanifa, Member of Parliament and Member of the Human Rights Committee, you are very welcome. I have also seen OHT where David Mpanga has entered the room. Indeed, we are looking forward to a very, very interesting discussion in the afternoon as we discuss the role of religious leaders and cultural leaders. I recognize the presence of many eminent women in the room. You are all very welcome. Reverend Lydia Ansale Chitaimbwa, I believe is the proper pronunciation. You are very welcome. Our distinguished guests, it is now my pleasure to invite us for a lunch break, and we'll be back in the room at exactly 2:30 p.m. to continue the conversation. Please keep the conversation alive, even on Twitter and our other social media spaces. Let us get the nation thinking and talking about peace, tolerance, and unity in diversity. I thank you very much.
Welcome back. I hope the lunch went well. I would like to first express my sincere appreciation to the Uganda Human Rights Commission and United Nations for organizing this forum, this conversation, and for making us a part of it. I know that the other women of the Women's Situation Room for African Elections are really pleased that you involved us in this, because this is exactly what we are striving for, to see how we can get peace in our country and tolerance. In fact, our post-election strategy theme is nurturing peace and tolerance in Uganda. Thank you very much. I have been given the privilege of moderating a panel on the role of cultural leaders in ensuring peace, tolerance, and unity amidst diversity. And I think, given all that has been said this morning about the different perspectives to the absence of peace in our country, I think it's really great that we are going to engage our cultural leaders to see in what ways they are contributing, or in what ways they can enhance their own role in bringing about peace and tolerance, and especially unity in our society. I think I will invite the panelists first before I make my opening remarks. We are going to have Oweekitiibwa Katukontuyo Robert, who is the Attorney General of the Kingdom of Busoga. Is he here? We also have Prime Minister Ambrose Ola from Acholi Chiefdom. If you can please come up and take your seats. We also have Paramount Chief Engineer Dr. Odong Michael of Lango Chiefdom. We also have Mr. David Impanga representing the Katikiro of Buganda Kingdom. Sorry?
The one for now is Engineer Robert Ajal.
I'm sorry. No, okay, sorry. I'm so sorry. The Prime Minister of Lango Chiefdom is Engineer James Robert Ajal. Please forgive me, I got the wrong program in my hand. And we're also going to have His Royal Highness Isaba Ruli, who is also the chair of Uganda Kings and Cultural Leaders Forum. Either side. Just having listened to earlier panels, some of them have highlighted the subject of our history in our country from pre-colonial period to today. The position of cultural leaders has been changing over the years, because they were here pre-colonial, and we still have them today. But their position as cultural leaders has changed over the years, including for 27 years when we had the abolition of cultural institutions. I think it was from 1966 to 1993. And then we had them restored. The consequences of that period, for some of us who have looked into these issues and tried to analyze the consequences of that, the biggest consequence was the loss of our cultural values, which we know have continued to be eroded. And unfortunately, we feel that those cultural values have not been replaced by any valuable, values. And I think that's why we are where we are in terms of ethics and values in our country. I think there is also a tendency to assume that our cultural leaders or traditional leaders are tribalists because they head tribal groupings. And again, there are different schools of thought in this country depending on whether you are a monarchist or a Republican, whether you believe in these institutions or you don't. But some of us also feel that at the level of at the local level of the cultural leaders, actually tribalism hardly exists because people are happy and contented to be who they are. I think it's at different levels that then there are misinterpretations, but we have the cultural leaders here who will talk to us about that. We also have different views in this country on the role and usefulness of our cultural institutions and our cultural leaders. However, given the subject of this forum, which is peace and tolerance, and the subject of this panel, which is the role of cultural leaders in ensuring peace, tolerance, and unity amidst diversity, we have to agree that our cultural leaders are actually on the ground. They are the leaders that are on the ground. And we also know that this unity, conflict, violence, and lack of peace begin among people on the ground, in communities, which is where our cultural leaders are and where they are working and influencing communities. But we have the leaders here, and thank you very much for taking time to come and to be part of this. What I would like to start with is to ask each one of them to say a little bit, to give us their view on this sectarianism and tribalism. Does it really exist? Does it matter that there are people who are different from us, or is it an advantage? And let me start with Busoga Kingdom, the Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from Busoga Kingdom. We as the Busoga Kingdom, we view all people as equal and they can coexist irrespective of ethnicity. In the Busoga, we have different tribes. Although the dominant tribe is the Basoga, but the Basoga have also ethnic groupings within themselves. We have been living together peacefully. However, politics came in. It started bringing divisionism. We started hearing of belonging to red color, green color, of recent yellow color. Now, instead of talking as a people with a common interest, we now talk as a people with the common colors of interest. Secondly, historically, we have been intermarrying. So the issue of saying that this is this tribe and the other tribe has not been there. Okay. But religion came in. One, it showed our traditional religion as bad and anti-people. Yet it was also inculcating some values in us and our children. We view that to regain our values, Assistant Commissioner Hassan Kasinje talked about it. we need to go back to the family. The family teaches the child respect. The family teaches the child work. The family teaches the person sharing and respecting others.
Thank you. Let's hear now from the Prime Minister of Acholi, Chiefdom.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Your idea on sectarism and tribalism.
The idea of sectarianism and tribalism is a new development in the realms of many of our African societies. We must remember that most of our societies were migratory in nature and that they came together to form what they are today. When you come to what they call Acholi, the name Acholi is a very recent name to people who finally came together to speak that language. And that's why even within Acholi there are so many dialects that do exist. Now, because they accept to adopt common norms, values, and practices, these norms, values, and practices are based on certain experiences that help them to peacefully coexist. And societies that still uphold these norms, values, and practices, you find there's more order, there's more tolerance, there's more peace. I want to say, for instance, actually, if there was no conflict for 20 years, we would still be one of the most peaceful societies, other than being affected by what happens elsewhere, like in government and the like. So the strength of values, the strength of norms, and the strength of the practices are very fundamental to inculcating the culture of peace, tolerance, and unity. Number two, very importantly, the network of traditional institutions that exist. My colleague mentioned the family. The family exists in extended family. The extended families exist in clans. The clans exist in chiefdoms or kingdoms. These structures are still very fundamental in holding people together and ensuring that people abide by certain common regulations. There is what used to exist and continues to exist. I think it is all over Africa. The principle of Ubuntu, brotherhood. This helped most of our African societies to see and live together as a people. You don't see the other because of any distinction. If you come to Gulu today, it is very cosmopolitan. We have streets that are occupied by different people, and the common man, and this is a unique experience I think we people should understand. At this level, we are talking of sectarianism. And yet the common man and the common person in Uganda is living comfortably with the other. And for us, at this level, we are failing to live. When you go to Cherileno, you will get the Sudanese, you will get a Luru, you will get a street of Baganda who are mechanics, spare part dealers, and all this. Nobody even associates them with where they come from. Now, when the common man can live at peace with the other, what does that show? I think we need sometimes to get back to the basics of our understanding what really we are. For instance, if I'm an Acholi, he's a Lango, he's from Muruli, what does it take to be a Muruli? What does it take to be an Acholi? Because those are the fundamentals that make us who we are. And because we have lost these fundamentals, we are now trying to redefine our lives in different terms. I'm trying to define being an Acholi using British paradigms. using, so even now we are soon starting to define our lives using Chinese paradigms. So, the faster we rediscover ourselves, some of the contradictions we get could be mediated very easily. Because there's a lot of strength in commonalities among all of us, the peoples of Uganda, and maybe the people in Africa. But we have chosen, because we were being told the principle of divide and rule never worked. Yes, it could, if we had chosen not to use it, we would accept. But we have chosen to employ it when we were given the chance to rule to govern ourselves. We have chosen to deploy it, and it therefore implies it works.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Paramount Chief Ulango. Chiefdom.
Thank you, moderator.
Your perspective.
First of all, I want to make a correction. I'm the Prime Minister of Laos. I'm not the Paramount Chief.
I'm so sorry.
And the Paramount Chief of Laos is here. Apapio Sam is here himself. He's also together with the PPS for Kampala.
I ask for forgiveness.
Yes.
I'm so sorry, really sorry about this.
Thank you. Yeah. I would like to start by thanking the chairperson, Human Rights Commission. Margaret, I worked with you in Mbale, so I think somehow I know you. You may not remember me. I was in Mbale as Omeme. Then it was UEB. I want to thank you first for starting this conversation. And I've been wondering, why have you started it at this time? It means you have seen something was not happening right. And that if something was not happening right, it means somebody is in love with Uganda and trying to see this wrong thing which is happening in Uganda and trying to make sure it's corrected. So I want to thank you for that. The topic to be discussed was the role of cultural leaders in ensuring peace, tolerance, and unity.
But give us first your view on, unless everybody else has said what you would say, then, but otherwise it would be good to hear
it's okay.
how sectarianism and tribalism is being played out in Lango, if it's there at all.
In Lango, it is not there. It's not there because our background has been such that we have been negotiating things through peace. My Paramount Chief went into division between Lao and Acholi and separated the boundaries without fighting. They negotiated where the boundaries should pass. And that means the issue of wars and segregation did not appear. In fact, as I talk now, there's a big unity between Lao and the neighbors. An example is the Fufa drum. When Lao is playing against any Fufa team in the country, they get all the support from the neighbors. So I think, as far as we're concerned, we understand and we notice that we are one with each other around us. In fact, the most important thing is that this word sectarian is probably more common in Kampala than in other places. This city, Lera City has all tribes in Africa, and they amicably work together. I don't think there's anybody being segregated against in Lera. But I think sectarianism must be common in Kampala because some people think maybe they are more equal than others. But otherwise, as far as we're concerned, now it doesn't exist.
Thank you very much. And Your Royal Highness, Isaba Ruli, how is it?
Thank you. Well, I will be talking in two capacities. First of all, I'm handling Bururi Institution and the chairman of all Uganda Kings and Cultural Leaders Forum.
Yes.
On side of Uganda Kings and Cultural Leaders Forum, I find there is a little bit tribalism and kind of sectarianism, because there are some so-called big cultures which don't accept other cultures. They don't term them to be as cultures. And but with me, what I've done in order to unite all kingdoms, we came up with my chairman. We started our Uganda Kings and Cultural Leaders Forum in order so that we have that forum, which was established in 2007, to be a mouthpiece of all institutions in Uganda. And that work, we are doing it. But some so-called big cultures evade that forum. But when it comes on the side of my institution, well, we are also accommodative. We have so many tribes, and even on my cabinet, I have the Muganda, I have Macholi, and also I tried to advise other tribes within my institution to have their leaders in order to come into our council. Because actually on the side of development, we don't segregate, we also include them. When we are giving out bursaries, we don't say that we are giving only for Baruli. That one we do to everyone. But when it comes on even that forum for the kings, and as of now I'm telling you, I'm using this forum, that I have an NGO, which is, we call it We Care for Humanity, whereby I was appointed to be a royal advisor. So I'm using those institutions. I want those institutions also to use that chance. Whatever is coming from those investors, charity organizations, should also come to other than coming to my institution alone. So with that one, and also I would say, on side of government, it should not be preferential to some institutions because of political gains. You find actually it's also creating some other institutions to think as if they are not minded. You find all the benefits, privileges which are supposed to be given, cutting across all institutions. It is the government is quite selective. That one might bring the one. And also, as per the constitution, they're saying 65 communities, ethnic communities. But a tribe to exist has to do with 3 issues. 1, it has to do with history. 2, language. 3, culture. So there are so many Yusukus, those other tribes which are there, which are not even put in this constitution. They might also feel that they are suppressed. So that might, all those, if we don't bring them on board, they might bring insecurity. That's what I can tell you.
Thank you very much for your perspective. And now, Wekitiwa David Impanga. Does sectarianism and tribalism exist in Buganda Kingdom? Somebody suggested it's in Kampala, and you know Kampala is in Buganda Kingdom.
Thank you very much. And first of all, thank you very much to the organizers for inviting us here today. I bring the greetings of Sabasajja Kabaka of Buganda, as well as the greetings of Wekitiwa Charles Peter Mayiga, the Katikkiro of Buganda. Permit me, Madam Chairman, to digress a little and challenge the premise of the question. I object to the use of the word tribe. I don't belong to a tribe. And I don't think any African should be happy to say that they subscribe or come from a tribe. If there are no tribes in Europe, no tribes in the North, the global North, it's interesting that they only exist here. And there are entities that are called nations, such as Liechtenstein or Luxembourg, which have populations far smaller than some of what we consider to be small tribes, in inverted commas, in Africa. I prefer to use the word nations or community for the simple reason that we too had in our own system means of forming our own nations and holding our communities together. So tribe kind of suggests the negative connotation, which perhaps ought to be attributed only to sectarianism. And then comes the question of, does sectarianism exist? Does discrimination, negative discrimination, exist where we are in Buganda or in Uganda as a whole? Negative discrimination, sectarianism, essentially is about competing for resources. It is an unfortunate situation because diversity is a good thing to be celebrated. And the Buganda Kingdom's native institution is, if I dare say, a masterpiece amongst many in weaving together different ethnic groupings, different communities, and making sure that they coexist in harmony. Look at the clan system, look at the ways in which people could be assimilated, and how people are assimilated even today in Buganda. And you will be, I think, happy to say that as Africans, we are capable of dealing with and celebrating differences. The big trouble comes in when political or social or economic goods are tied to these identities and are exclusively tied to these identities. And people then think that they need to use these identities to get those goods. And as things pan out, if you look at it very closely, you'll find that when people say Baganda are eating or another community are eating, it's actually not Baganda eating. It is a certain Muganda or a certain Acholi and a few of his friends, her friends and family who might be positioning themselves using this identity as the key to getting political power, economic power, social power, and then hiding in amongst their society. So what do we say as far as diversity and ensuring that we have peace? The Kingdom of Uganda stands for peace and stands for unity in diversity. We celebrate diversity and we welcome all who engage with us in a positive and constructive way. I don't think we need to prove that. I think it speaks for itself here. I think that it is important that the kingdom as a model is looked at for the purposes of looking at building the bigger bloc, not just Uganda, but actually East Africa and the rest of Africa. The stone that the builder refused is actually the cornerstone of building lasting nations, because it ensures that we can celebrate and own our identities, and at the same time try and find ways of working together, living together, because we must. We must, and it's a matter of survival of Africans, essential survival. So to the extent that we need to understand each other and speak to each other, my brother from Acholi spoke about Ubuntu. Very, very critical principle. How do we deal with each other as brothers and sisters? How do we ensure that we do not feel that because we are this or not that, we are missing out? And the Kingdom of Buganda wishes to engage very positively in that conversation and get everybody their true space at the table and their true feeling that they get what they deserve without having to have one badge or the other. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I would like us to hear a little bit about how your cultural institution and cultural leadership is handling this whole question of peace, tolerance, and unity in the kingdom or in the communities. And tell us a little bit about what more could be done. Do the cultural institutions have the space to do what they would like to do, to build more peace, tolerance, and unity amongst our diversity? I'm glad to hear that really everywhere sectarianism and tribalism are not an issue. Nation, I know Wektiwa Mpanga says we shouldn't call ourselves tribes, but for the purpose of this forum, I'm glad to hear that that really is not an issue in any of the kingdoms. Let's start again with Busoga Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Busoga, we are trying to bring back the people together through sports, first of all. We organize games, bicycle riding, football, through different counties. And the different counties have different ethnic groups. So we believe through that avenue, they will interact and learn to tolerate each other and understand each other. We also pass through education. There is no more formal education, but we borrowed a concept from Uganda of Chisakate. We call it Chigango in Busoga. The Chigango meetings through our Ministry of Gender organize young people, both boys and girls, and advise them on different aspects of life, economy, even politics, how they should grow up in that line. Then we have this the leaders, the cultural leaders interface with the politicians, they interface with the religious leaders. Then we go also in schools and hold dialogues so that we try to revive what was good before and advise what is not good, we discard. Because we know culture is a growing thing. It's not static. So we engage the public. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Prime Minister of Acholi, Chiefdom.
Yeah, thank you. I think Acholi has been one region that has extensively worked on peace, tolerance, and unity, given its recent history, what it has gone through in its recent history. We are all aware the level of participation of the cultural leaders in the peace process that took place and that finally culminated into peace in northern Uganda. I'm not saying exclusively, but they were very central to this process. We continue on a daily basis, in fact, to carry out internal, external mediations to promote peaceful coexistence, to resolve community contradictions. In fact, at the institution, every Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays are dedicated to attend to these matters. I think all of us are familiar with the case of Kanyimunyu. It was until they resorted to handling it in the traditional mechanism that the heat around the case died down. And today, Kanyimunyu is one of the most peaceful prisoners we do have. He has even succeeded in accomplishing great strides in education. And we are now in common touch. And he gives a lot of respect to the cultural institution. People you think you harmed are the people who come and stand by you, even before the law, and say, no, we have forgiven him, and that is what we want. We want to pursue peace. And that's the level at which we take our peace efforts. I want to say, on the basis of our traditional mechanisms, we were able to get government to enact the amnesty law, which is now one of the key principles of promoting peace in this country. We are also working with the Ministry of Justice and other justice institutions to see how we can integrate traditional justice into the formal justice mechanisms so that we can create reliable referral mechanisms and also to deal with many of these contradictions that exist between peoples. I want to say here that there are typical examples again. My brother comes from Lango, but we have almost a quarter of Acholi that is now occupied by the Lango people. If you go to Pade, you go to Agago, you come to Omoro, it is predominantly Lango. And that shows you how accommodative our people are. And now we are taking in more and more Ugandans, although some come and try to ruffle feathers and try to, those ones we don't usually, when you hear shouting, you know somebody is wrong. It's about how they want to interact with us. Some people want to use the Ugandan phenomena to exploit, manipulate an actually reality. You want to say because the law allows you to do anything. You know, sometimes, and this is one big problem that is causing us problems, many people manipulate the law to take advantage of situations, and especially in communities like ours where the law is very, very distant from the people. So this usually gets us into a lot of problems with such people, individuals, and we try to make a lot of noise. So we do a lot of, we carry out a lot of, we are now doing a lot of documentation of our practices to see which ones, so that we can allow for posterity to take on from whatever we are doing. So apparently in terms of promoting peace, and peace, for one thing I was forgetting to say is that peace is at the center of the actually existence. Peace, reconciliation, because we all believe in the principle of restorative justice. We don't go in for retributive justice, and we are always in for restorative justice. We want to repair society at every instance there are breakdowns and collapse. And all these are figments of the elements. You cannot reconcile if you can't tolerate. You cannot reconcile if you can't stay at peace and in harmony with each other. You cannot reconcile if you are a sectarian and you see the other as the other. Today in Acholi, most of the people who look after our cows are Banya. Even me, I have 3 in my own kraal. And we live with them very well, and there's no problem with that, you see. And they're all over the whole place. So the question of sectarianism, I want to say, is being imposed onto our society by a certain understanding that has been propagated over the years to make us look different, and yet we are principally, I'm saying principally, the same. And that is how our forefathers looked at ourselves, you see. I have no problem with him, I have no problem with Bunyoro, I have no problem with Buganda, and all this. So principally we are the same. But when externalities begin to act on us, we begin to look at ourselves as different peoples. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And Prime Minister?
Yes, I'm picking from where I ended. It's my neighbor, a good neighbor at that. There have been very many wars in the north. Two of those wars were by Lakony, and the other one was by Lakwena. And this Kony and Lakwena comes from Acholi. So now, and they were fighting in Lango. So should we continue with that? No. We have been at the peace, at the front of making peace all over. My paramount chief went up to Garama in Congo to meet Kony over peace issues. Our MP talked about it here this morning. And then now there was also a split in Padel. That also was handled by my paramount chief. And right now, I did mention football. When a team from Lao is playing, all the people from Acholi, they can come in 4 or 5 buses to support that team from Lao. So the relationship is very, very good. So that is one thing which I think is in the right direction of whatever we are doing. There's something else I want to add here. When there is poverty there's no peace. So that means we have got to find a way of making the people rich, or at least making the people get some money somewhere. So what are we doing? We are talking to our people now to move away from seasonal crops, slowly, to perennial crops. Indeed, we are talking to them to grow cocoa, which lasts for 100 years. We are telling them to grow coffee, which lasts for 50 years. We are telling them to grow hash avocado, which lasts for 50 years. We are telling them also to fight the harsh weather conditions by planting trees. In that way, they will also afford the economic issue of it, getting some little money across to them. So we are talking to our people to say, can we do something differently? And for me, by the way, I picked two words here today: war, fear of self, of being punished, and then fear of if what happens if it's discovered, you know? So these little two words of fear is what we are trying to work on. In Lao now, when a Muganda is having a shop somewhere, they say, my Muganda. The Lao calls the brother, my Muganda is here doing business, and they are very comfortable with us. So I think if we are following this direction, and I want us really to pick the law from, let's go to Nambole. When there's a football match between Uganda and any country, that is when you see Uganda as one. But other than that, Ugandans are many. Although I'm saying it happens in Kampala, back home there, we don't have a problem. Anybody can come. Anybody can come and stay with us. And we are very comfortable with that. So the issue of equal distribution, financial strength to all. Because if you are poor financially, you are going to be insecure. And immediately you are insecure, you have the fear. You don't have the money. Therefore, you don't have the peace. If I'm going to sleep hungry, there's no peace. I need to have food. I need to have money around me to be comfortable, to move on. So I think basically, that is how we are handling it, and we want to continue to handle it like that.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. And Wampanga, how is it happening in Uganda?
Yes, thank you very much. In much the same way as in different communities or different institutions, the Kingdom of Uganda looks at peace building in a holistic fashion. People need to be educated because it's easy to divide ignorant people. We encourage education through our efforts in the schools that are owned by the Kingdom itself, through providing bursaries for indigent children to attend privately owned schools, but also encouraging parents in terms of mobilization and awareness to educate children, especially education for the girl child. Educated people are harder to manipulate into sectarianism. In the same way, people who are able to sustain themselves are less susceptible to sectarian competition. And that means we need to address household incomes. The Kingdom of Uganda, like the Acholi institution, is looking at getting people back into reliable perennial cash crops, the leading one being coffee. So if you've heard about the Katikiro's Emwanyi Terimba campaign, is to get people to remind them that a lot of our forefathers and forebears, if I may use a neutral word, gender neutral word, were educated using the income from coffee. Many people have then abandoned their coffee farms, they've become overgrown, they've split the land as ancestors or parents have passed on, and have gone into borders or small town centers looking for what they think is a better life. And that abandonment of very good arable land in a good, reliable climate, just as we started here, we had a huge downpour of rain. There are many countries out there where they need to irrigate to get the amount of rain that we've had in a few minutes this afternoon. So we are encouraging people to go back into agriculture, to see agriculture as the mainstay of our income, and to apply that to their betterment, rather than simply holding out a hand and saying to Saba government, Yambe, and then being lied to that you need somebody in government from your own group to be able to get more, which is not true. You can actually make much more for yourself. We are looking at health as well. The Kingdom is one of the key stakeholders in driving health awareness campaigns, be it in relation to AIDS, say looking at the Kabaka birthday run, with 60,000 runners last year, and before COVID we'd gotten up to about 50, 60,000 reliably, each year raising a health awareness message. AIDS and AIDS prevention, sickle cell anemia, obstetric fistula, all of these health challenges which affect people and affect their productivity and make them more susceptible, as I say, to sectarian divisionism. We also have efforts that are looking at ensuring that we keep and preserve our environment. This is mostly through the Burungi efforts. Not the easiest to understand, but climate change is affecting population, social, economic well-being, and as a result, a driver of conflict. We encourage people to plant trees. The Buganda Luchiko encourages people at traditional wedding ceremonies to exchange trees so that the groom comes with a seedling for a tree to be planted in the home he's going to take a wife from, and the bride comes with a seedling of a tree to be planted in the family homestead where she's going to get married. The aim being to try and get as many trees planted every year to replenish those that we are using up, and also to encourage people. We're working with various organizations to try and work out alternative fuel uses to discourage the cutting of trees for charcoal and firewood, and getting more sustainable fuel sources, which will enable our climate to remain stable and our people, therefore, to ease on the resource competition. Very lastly, or second last, we are looking at also, as we have it, Sakate, my colleague from the Kingdom of Usoga talked about theirs, which is the Chigango. A values-based social system, we think, is the best, and a values-based using Ubuntu is inculcated in one child, and that child then goes out as a candle to light others. So it's Sakate, which is led by the Navagereka Development Foundation, also in its way plays a role in trying to create responsible citizens who will be less prone to sectarianism, less prone to the negative aspects that remove peace and drive conflict.
Thank you very much. And finally, Your Royal Highness, Isaba Ruri, what are you doing? Give us some examples.
Well, in my institution, we are now trying to mobilize youth because we have seen the government has handled women and girls. Well, but when it comes on the side of marriage, the boys are left there. So we find we need also to sensitize these youth, because when they reach at the time of marriage, you find that's why there is a lot of this domestic violence. You find the government, NGOs, what they are dealing with women and girls, but boys, they are not handled. That's why you see that one also may cause insecurity in the what? Then that's what we are doing with it. Then for us, our tribe was almost marginalized, but we are trying to revive what we have done. We have translated the Bible in Rururi, Runyala. We have even written books in Rururi, which are being used in primary schools, but by then, we were using Chigara books. Songs are being sung in Rururi, and also we are trying to also to play, because artists to play. We find out that drama is being done in Rururi, So those are some of the programs. But I recommend, this is an appeal to the government. If government wants to see to it that actually we have peace, because the government is our father, is the government who reinstated all cultural leaders to be in place. It should ensure that all community members, I mean cultural leaders, to access national resources and services equally. Mainly on the side of the employment. That's why you see that there is sectarianism and tribalism. At least when the government is giving employment and appointments, it should consider that one. Because that's why even you see some debaters here were saying, you find so and so is from one tribe, so and so one tribe. So in order to bring stability in Uganda, that one should be done. Then too, cultural leaders have an obligation to ensure the roles are affected. But government should support to empower cultural institutions, because actually we are, if we are not wrong, we are next to God. We are quite accommodative. NUP, FDC, the Catholic, a Muslim, we all embrace them. So if the government wants to harmonize, to eat pieces in Uganda, it should empower its institutions. And many of these young institutions, they don't have assets, so they need to be empowered. Then another one is mushrooming religions who come up with different ideologies should not obsolete existing cultures. When they come, they say, no, this is bad. You find like on the side of medicine, they don't allow our people to use herbs. No, that is satanic. When you put on black clothes, that is the culture. No, that is what. So you may find out that this culture, if it is enhanced, it can maintain peace and even people to live long. So, and also these religions should preach people to earthly issues and heavenly issues. But in most cases, they preach heavenly issues as if we are all going at a go in heaven. When the generation, we still have so many people. Then also the government should treat all cultural institutions alike, regardless of being preferential to some due to politics of numbers. I can give an example. When the government was negotiated with Uganda on the side of Ebiafe, if the government has to be sincere, it should call all institutions, because they are all following one article. We see it all. Now you find Busoga is demanding area too, using the Uganda's memorandum of understanding, of which I participated also, and it's not yet implemented. But Uganda titles were given back, and when Uganda coughs, they are considered easily.
Thank you.
That one also brings what?
Your Royal Highness.
Another issue is the Milo land. Milo land also, Milo land issue is bringing security in what?
Your Royal Highness,
Yes.
you know, I love it. You've raised issues that the Uganda Human Rights Commission and the United Nations have to organize another forum for. As a matter of fact, from hearing what our cultural leaders are saying, it's very clear that a lot is happening at the level of the community with the cultural institutions. I think now we need to look at how does that get connected with what other administrations are doing, so that Uganda can truly benefit from the diversity that we enjoy and strengthen our peace, our tolerance, and all of that. Thank you very, very much to our leaders. Thank you for the work that's going on. It cannot but be encouraged, and I truly hope we can have another dialogue that raises this discussion to another level and to address the issues that His Royal Highness Isaba Ruli has raised. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Indeed, the conversation continues. It's interesting that the issue of whether we belong to tribes or nations has come up once again in this panel. But I think we are in agreement that unity is essential for our survival. And our moderator, Ms. Elizabeth Wanga, has wrapped it up very well for us. We are so grateful to our distinguished cultural leaders for highlighting the role of cultural leaders in mediation and peace building. At this juncture, we are going to move to our last panel for the day. As we begin to wind down the conversation, we will have a brief plenary after our last panel, as we anticipate the time of closing. So at this juncture, I would love to invite Reverend Lydia Nsale-Chitaimbwa from Uganda Christian University. She will be moderating this very interesting panel. I don't know if culture and religion do not go together. Some sentiments have been raised. We look forward to that discussion. Reverend Lydia, you're very welcome.
Good afternoon to you. I bring you greetings from Uganda Christian University and the Church of Uganda. I thank you, our MC, for welcoming me and for inviting me to come and be a part of this great conversation. Reverend Lydia Nsale-Chitaimbwa, my name. I serve at Uganda Christian University as one of the assistant chaplains, and I also coordinate the Online Church of Uganda. So we are happy to be here. At the Online Church of Uganda, we are so committed to engage the online communities, especially in matters concerning faith. I want to thank the chairperson, Uganda Human Rights Commission, UN, and all the partners for this great arrangement. Thank you so much. I think this is a very, very timely conversation. An interesting theme that we have here, that we've been engaging with since the beginning of the day. Ending sectarianism and tribalism, building peace. Dear friends, I believe that all of us want to be peaceful. The reason for this dialogue and conversation. Allow me invite our special panelists who are going to come to engage on an interesting theme. I believe that all of us here come from different ethnic groups, but as well, different religious groups and different faith. So it is important. I have had very many people say that the blood of culture is thicker than the blood of faith. I don't know how true that is, but we are going to welcome our panelists who are going to engage in this discussion. Allow me to invite them. I take this opportunity to invite His Grace, Dr. Paul Semogerere, Archbishop, Roman Catholic Diocese of Kampala. Please, let's give him a hand clap. You are welcome, Your Grace. Thank you. Feel free to sit where you prefer. Thank you. I will as well invite His Eminence Sheikh Mohammed Al-Waiswa, Second Deputy Mufti, Uganda Muslim Supreme Council. We shall clap as he makes his way to the front. He had to go. Oh, sorry, he's not with us. I will as well take this opportunity to invite Canon Grace, Reverend Canon Grace Kaiso, Inter-Religious Council of Uganda. You are welcome. I think we can still clap for him until he makes his way to the front. You're welcome, Canon. I will as well take this opportunity to welcome Miss Florence Nasanga Musoke, Chairperson, Interfaith Women of Uganda. You are welcome, my sister. She's coming from a distance, so we're going to clap until she comes here. And she's a lady, and the lady is moderating. Wonderful. You are welcome, my sister. Wonderful panelists here who are ready to engage with us on that interesting theme. The topic of our discussion is the role of religious leaders in creating a conducive environment for peace, democracy, good governance, and human rights protection. Allow me, let us know, dear friends, that as Ugandans, one writer stated, a theologian, Mbiti, states that Africans are notorious religious. As Africans, we are very religious and we have a void to worship. You and me can attest to the fact that Uganda is a religious nation. It is characterized with many religious groups and beliefs. And the panelists before you, my dear friends, are the great leaders at the grassroots level. As we engage in this conversation, the men and lady that you see up here, they're in touch with the people in the community where many of our friends in high offices might not be able to reach. So they have first-hand information. As a clergy in Church of Uganda, I rub shoulders with a number of people because the church is multicultural. In the church, we have all different ethnic groups. And I think it's a privilege that we can rub shoulders with everyone from different parts of the country. Isn't that a privilege? I think it's great. But I have learned that tribalism tends to manifest, especially about when the young people are intending to get married. The youth don't think about, tribalism at all. And they are okay, they can intermarry. I think if the young people here, they can testify, true or false. But sometimes when they bring their spouses to mommy or daddy or guardian, now that's when the issue comes in. Tribalism comes out. And so we as ministers, we have got to counsel both the intending couples and the parents, because the parents are saying, oh, how can you bring so-and-so from this part of the country? And the young man already saying, but mommy, daddy, this is the lover of my life. So these things are real. I know some of us might not want us to use the word tribe, but this is the reality. It is here until some researchers come up with some new knowledge so that we do away with tribe and then go with a new knowledge. But tribalism is a reality. So we are going to engage our panelists. They are going to share with us, yes, on that particular theme, the role of the religious leaders. I will start with you, our leader, Your Grace. Share with us the role of the Catholic Church in dealing with this issue that we are addressing. You are welcome.
Thank you very much. I bring very warm greetings and well wishes from His Grace the Most Reverend Paul Semogere, Archbishop of Kampala. He's very grateful for the invitation and the opportunity given to him to be a panelist at this International Day of Peace. He regrets that he cannot be physically present due to other pressing engagements. He has sent me Monsignor Dr. Lawrence Semsu. He is Episcopal Vicar for Professionals and a chaplain, Catholic chaplain at Makerere University Business School to represent him. I thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
It's a question of identity. Since morning, people have been discussing sectarianism, partialism, but I think it is wonderful to have an identity. His Grace Paul Semogere was invited as a Catholic bishop. My brother, Sheikh Waiswa, with whom we share the ministry at MOPS, he's Muslim, and we work and relate very well. The Reverend Kaiso, we've been in collaboration for many, many years. But I think we need to add the word more. Inclusion, there is need for more inclusion. Integration, there is need for more integration. And so on. In the Bible, when the prodigal son comes back home, his father is so happy to receive him. There is no war between him and his son. He's happy to receive him back. Runs, embraces him, orders the fattened calf to be slaughtered. But his elder brother, he's at war with him. He's back. He's coming to share again. He refuses to enter. And his father goes to plead with him. Your brother was dead. He is alive. He was lost. He's found. Many times we exaggerate our negatives or our less opportunities, but I think there will be peace if there is more integration, more inclusion, but also when there is a fullness. I was sharing with Reverend Kaiso over the lunch, and we were discussing, I said, isn't this a lot of rhetoric? How much of it will be translated into action? The Lord Jesus gave two parables. The parable of the lost sheep. And he said, which of you, if she lost one sheep, will not leave the 99 and go after the one sheep? If the widow lost one coin, wouldn't she go after that one coin? And when he or she found the sheep or the coin, would put the sheep on the shoulder, come and ask everyone, please celebrate with me. I have found my lost sheep. I have found my lost coin. Possibly we need to recover that 100%. We need to recover that full engagement we've been talking about this morning. Everyone has a role to play. The eye is not the nose is not the ear. But as St. Paul tells us, we are one body, although we have different parts. Isn't that what we've been talking about? The unity in diversity. She's at Mukono, I'm at MOOPS. Her board of directors may be different. I have Shifra. And we move on. I thank you.
Wow, thank you. Let's appreciate him. Thank you. He's highlighting key issues here. He's mentioned to us the aspect of receptiveness. Receive those who you may disagree with. But he's also brought out the aspect of acceptance, accepting people, and unity in diversity, inclusion, integration. I think those are important concepts for us we can take further. Thank you so much. We shall go to our dear Canon Kaiso. Please, what is the role of Interreligious Council in addressing this issue that we are addressing this evening?
I greet you all, and I want to appreciate this opportunity to participate in a very creative space where we are trying to find each other, I think. I'm representing the Secretary General of the Interreligious Council of Uganda, Mr. Joshua Chitakule, and I'm here to reflect with you on this whole issue, which I think for me it is like the challenge of appreciating diversity, of valuing diversity, of celebrating diversity. For us as people of faith, you know, diversity is a given. The God we believe in is a God of diversity. You look at it, the people, how different we are. The seasons that we have, you know, the rainy season, the dry season, there are many aspects of creation that testify to the fact that God is a God of diversity. So, our different, whether ethnic or racial differences, are our issues. They are not God issues. Because God created us diverse as we are, so that we may be able to bless each other, drawing on the richness, the giftedness of each other, to bless each other. That is how we understand this. So for us as the Interreligious Council, we have tried to model diversity, the appreciation of diversity. That whereas given our history in this country where we had religious wars and rivalry, there has been an attempt to start on the journey of collaboration, of working together, of appreciating the different giftedness within our religious traditions. So we are modeling this, and the Interreligious Council in itself is a model to prove to the politicians, perhaps, that yes, we may have different ideologies, but it is possible still to collaborate and work for the common good. And I think that's what it should be about. Because nation building is the collection of the diversities that we are to work for the betterment of our country. And so the role of faith communities first is to model this reality, that diversity in terms of faith, in terms of ethnicity, political diversity can actually be celebrated and become an asset rather than a liability. One of the other challenges that we deal with in this area is to help people appreciate, to put their faith in God. Because why are we looking for advantage and using our diversity as an advantage to access maybe resources? It is partly because we've collapsed our hope in individuals, in personalities. There is this culture, the messianic, I call it a messianic culture, where Ugandans are constantly looking on the horizons, looking for where the Savior will come from. And we do that, and the Savior comes, and we clap, and we celebrate, and no sooner then we begin to look on the horizon for another what? Messiah to come. I think one of our responsibilities as faith is to help people to appreciate place their faith in God. Our salvation does not lie in a certain regime being in power. Our salvation lies in the God who has created us and who has a purpose for all of us. So if we try to help our congregations begin to appreciate that reality, that place your faith in God. We seek to promote values that sustain life. You know that through our preaching, we try to help people to appreciate, to uphold dignity for everybody, care and values of justice, and through our pastoral letters and through sensitization that we do in different places, at funerals, at weddings, we try to inculcate these values, the life-giving values that help us as a nation to move forward. We also participate in active mediation. We appreciate that as people who work and live together, who are diverse, there will always be issues. There will be conflict, there will be misunderstanding. And some of these have impact either on service delivery. For instance, we intervene in local councils, conflicts in local councils. Why? Because we know that where you don't have councillors and the chairpersons and the executive working together, it is likely to impact on service delivery. So we intervene. We intervene at the national level. We did a lot of interventions during the previous elections where you had a lot of conflicts. We had engagement with the Electoral Commission, asking hard questions, asking, are you in charge or you're not in charge? We engaged with CMI, we engaged with CDF, we engaged with them. Why? Because we believe that management of diversity in their responsibility is not easy. So we have tried to be active in engagement and mediation where that has been necessary. We have also tried to create hope. Because you see, where you have a lot of challenges, we've had COVID, you had the challenges of electoral violence, and they had economic situations, people can lose hope. And when they lose hope, people can get into lawlessness. And that affects harmony in society. So we have tried to create hope by engaging with re-envisioning the population to appreciate that this is a season. God is still in charge. That we can actually overcome these obstacles if we work together. We've developed resources to help people reflect on COVID and the possibilities for nation building, the lessons we learned from COVID and how we can use those lessons for nation building. We have done reflections on HIV, as you know. So as Interreligious Council, we've tried to appreciate that the diversity, the challenges we have with diversity can actually be addressed. And that as faith communities, our role is to be mediators, to be people who envision and give hope and give meaning in hard situations. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you. Can we appreciate him? Thank you, Canon. Interesting information here. I think what I'm picking is that all of us here need to engage and know what is happening in our different sectors so that we can benefit the people that we are serving. But I just want to point a key point that he mentioned to us. He emphasized the aspect of the uniqueness, that we are all unique and we need to celebrate our uniqueness. As a preacher, just taking you a little bit back to the Bible, it says in Psalm 139, a scripture tells us there that we are fearfully and wonderfully made. So allow me ask you to just turn to your neighbor and just tell your neighbor that celebrate your uniqueness. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. Yes, don't look down upon yourself. Great. There is something that you can offer. Hallelujah. Great. How does it feel? You know, it's always good to be celebrated. Hallelujah. Great. Thank you so much, dear Canon, for that wonderful presentation. I'll come to you, Miss Florence. Share with us, what are you doing with the Interfaith Women of Uganda?
Thank you very much. Once again, I'm honored and privileged to be here. Nasanga Florence Musoke, by God's grace, I'm the chairperson of Interfaith Women in Uganda. If I say Interfaith Women in Uganda, those are the Catholics, Adventists, Muslims, Anglicans, Seventh-day Adventists, born-again Christians, and National Pentecostal Alliance. That is the umbrella I'm heading, and at the national level. I also represent them at the Intelligence Council of Uganda board. You can imagine a woman in all those Council of Presidents. I'm honored, and I always carry their views as I'm going to do today, right now. When I received an invitation, I sent the same invitation on our WhatsApp group of the 7 presidents of those Interfaith Women of Uganda. The views I'm going to share are the umbrellas, more especially for the women of Uganda. I've been working with the women for almost 10 years in different categories. I also represent them in the Buganda Kingdom. I represent the Buganda women in Bulemezi. I've seen my dear one, Wechtiwa. He has been around. And I also got some information from them. I work with the Uganda Episcopal Conference, and I'm based in Kasana-Ruero Diocese, also representing the women in that diocese. The role of religious leaders in a conducive environment for peace, democracy, governance, and human rights, specifying on the women. First of all, we are everywhere. We have our numbers, and if we are to request the register here, I think we are also there. In church, we are many. In the villages, funeral services, the first horn, the first whistle, it is us to come up. So with anything of injustice, anything affecting us, we feel so bad. We are mothers of the nation. With the injustices, we have created spaces in all faith to come and talk to us. We have engaged members of parliament. Most of them have come to our AGMs, talking to us, and in different faiths on our Women Days, to cater and curb for those problems affecting us. But as Interfaith Women of Uganda, through that umbrella, we have come together, putting aside all the differences, whether you were Muslim, you were an Anglican, you were a Catholic. There are some problems which affect us, which we have to handle as a team. We facilitate communication within families to create a more supportive environment. If we go to church, for example, on Sunday, the Gospels, or in the mosques, what they have preached, we go back and pass on that information, more especially during the dining, that family time. We are always the core communicators in the families, and we are listened to. If you get a member of parliament, for example, if she's a lady, and she brings up any issue concerning the nation, and then she gets support from the man, just be assured that that policy will go through, because we know what is happening. If it is wars, if it is domestic violence, if we say so, we are listened to. So when we bring up our views in the communities and the environment, we are listened to. We remind families of their roles and responsibilities. One time we went somewhere in Bundubujo, and they served food. And the young kid sat down waiting. He was not eating food. So they told him, "What is the problem?" The boy just said, "We have not prayed for the food." You can just imagine. That means that at home, they always pray before eating food. Everything starts at home. If we engage our families, we get those core values for the Christians and the Muslims and other religions, put them into our children. Before even they go to school, before even they meet others, we will get a good and better nation. There is no problem that is affecting the nation now, which is new, but what is the role of the families? If we look back and engage the families, that small Christian community, if we start from there, then we'll get a humble nation. We create space, we listen in, we do psychosocial counseling, more especially when there is need, and more especially when there is domestic violence. They suffer more. They really suffer. If a woman comes up and says something today, that means she has kept quiet for almost 10 years. We advocate for good policies. I thank the Intelligence Council of Uganda because whenever there is a policy, they call upon the IRCU board. They engage more stakeholders, then they engage the women. If we give them the account, then that's when they will come to Parliament and say it has been accepted because they involved the majority and the thinkers and those other women. We really pray. Women are prayer warriors. Did you know that? During COVID, we really prayed, we fasted. We pray and pray and pray and engage the families and the country to see that we are at peace. If everybody is at peace, the late Archbishop used to meet us and say, peace be with you. Then he requests you to look at your friend or your neighbor and say, peace be with you. You cannot say peace be with you when you're tough. There is that little smile you put on when you want peace. So as women, we want peace, and we feel that we engage ourselves and advocate for more peace, the world will be at peace at all. I stop there, Sam.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Ms. Florence. Thank you. She's identified and pointed out the fact that we may be coming from different religious backgrounds, but problems tend to unify us. Problems do not segregate. They will go for everyone. So because problems do not segregate, then we have to look out for one another. Thank you. We shall come to you, Reverend Father. What is the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church, doing? The practical aspects that you can share with us so that our friends can as well go and try to apply in their lives and their communities.
Thank you very much, moderator. Possibly, I will not speak what the Catholic Church is doing. I would like to address the challenge to the churches, to the mosques. The theme is, how can we bring an enabling environment? As people of faith, we are supposed to play the prophetic role. And oftentimes we are accused that we have not spoken up. Because sometimes we've been muzzled. Sometimes our humanness has taken over and we have not played that prophetic role. But as Isaiah says, Isaiah 62 verse 15, for Zion's sake, put Uganda. For Uganda's sake, I will not be silent. For Jerusalem's, Uganda's sake, I will not be quiet until her vindication shines forth like the dawn and her victory like a burning torch. As faith leaders, we need to reclaim our role as prophets. Of course, it's difficult. As I said, sometimes we are muzzled. Sometimes we are overcome by fear. But we have been preceded by men and women who have stood out. Father Chigundu stood out. He was killed. My sister has mentioned the late Dr. Cyprian Kizito. Whenever he stood up, people would tune their microphones. He was going to say something. And he played his prophetic role. Archbishop Nkoyoyo played his role. Cardinal Suga played his role. I think we need to reclaim that voice, speaking for those who cannot speak, speaking because we are on that pedestal, we can speak, and possibly we are not easily dispensed by different forces, but we need to reclaim that. Secondly, moderator, I would like to pick up where you left off. Peace, cohesion, inclusiveness. When we talk on the level of ideology, when we talk on the level of the public, possibly it will not sink as deep, but we need to penetrate the level, the private level, where we speak to the soul, to the individual. You mentioned marriage. At MOOBS, sometimes I challenge my students and say, you from Buganda, possibly your wife is in Karamoja, and you keep on looking here in Buganda, you will not find that spouse because yours is in Karamoja. When we reach that private level, the individual level, I think that's where we should begin. Someone mentioned the family, where at that family level, that first church, the core church, if at that core church, as she said, the kid will not begin to eat because they hadn't prayed. If that core church is evangelized, if that core church is fed with peace initiatives, peace processes, we shall find peace, because at the private level, at the individual level, there is peace, unity, integration, you name it.
Wow, thank you, Reverend Father. He's emphasized the aspect of prophetic voice. The prophetic voice is necessary, especially from our side, and to all of us here who are believers. It's important to bring the mind of God and the voice of God concerning every situation. We shall come to you, Canon. You mentioned earlier on about the resources that you put together and that you disseminate to different churches. Talk to us about the resources that you provide, if there is any resource about good governance and democracy. How can we access that?
Thank you. Sorry, I may not quite answer that question. I wanted to broaden that question a bit more, because one of the issues we're struggling with here, I think, is how do we manage our diversity in a way that it does not interrupt our environment for peace, for development, you know? So it's a question of how do we manage and therefore create an enabling environment. As Inter-Religious Council of Uganda, we have been wrestling with this question for some time. And we have attempted many initiatives in this regard. You will know that we have engaged with you in different spaces about peace, building sustainable peace in our country, and building national cohesion, and asking questions like, how do we get from where we are to a better place? We recognize that actually, the more we engage with the community, the more we realize that what we are dealing with is complex. It's like, you know, a body suffers from multi-organ failure. So when you want to deal with it, if you touch the heart, it will not be work enough. The kidneys alone you need to pay attention to the whole body if it is suffering from multi-organ failure. So there's a sense in which our country's challenges are like that. That's why we came up with the idea of the national dialogue, because we felt that we needed to pull ourselves, pull the experiences, the wisdom, the collective wisdom within the population, to be able to say, where do we want to go? And how do we get there? We believed that nobody has the answer to where and how. That's why we proposed a process of the national dialogue. You remember 2018, we came up with this idea. Actually, it came out of the challenges of 2016 elections. We had challenges there, and we felt that maybe long-term we intervened, but short-term we intervened engagements. You know, we engaged with VSJ and groups and the president and others, but we realized that that was short-term. So we needed a long-term solution. And so our plea to this August Assembly, which I believe is committed to build a conducive environment to peace, is to advocate for a national dialogue. You don't believe me, you didn't clap. We really plead that we create space for us to have a conversation on the issues that are affecting us. Obviously, the question of whether there will be commitment, political will, I think those we can commit to God, because God is able to do far much more than what we are able to pray or even imagine. So I plead, as I end my contribution, that you walk with us in this journey of advocating for a national dialogue, and we hope that in the end, we might all come to a shared agenda. Because as the Bible says, can two people work together if they are not agreed? So can citizens of this country work together if they are not agreed? We hope that the national dialogue will make that possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. The voice is very clear. Two cannot work together unless they agree, so we need each other. Like an African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go with someone. So we need to work together. We shall come back to you, Miss Florence. Share with us, you've talked about the aspect of family. And as we talk about dealing with peace, seeing to it that there is peace, stability, how are you addressing the issue of domestic violence? And how can the members here come on board to support?
Thank you once again. With the issue of family, I know each one of us here belongs to a family, who have children, grandchildren, relatives and in-laws. But somehow within the journey, there is what she has mentioned, domestic violence. As I mentioned, if you see any woman coming out talking about domestic violence, she has been abused in any way, that is her peak. She has kept quiet for almost 10 years. We are always patient. When we realized this, of course, we engaged our dear ones, all stakeholders, and indeed the world saw that there is domestic violence in homes, and we engaged IRCU. We trained the women. Again, we used the ambassador, and then the Ireland. We got some funds through IRCU. We trained them as champions of gender-based violence, how to curb gender-based violence. They went through a lot. They were trained in phrases, in 7 phrases, and we got some of them who are really champions. I'm one of them.
Thank you.
And we are creating space. We are engaging the health workers. We are engaging the church. We are engaging the members of parliament and see how best we can handle this. But again, we have involved our dear ones, our husbands, and also the men, even the boys in schools. I work in Luwero district. I once went in one of the schools and I found a girl. In the villages, you find that even girls don't go to school because of the menstruation periods during that time. Some of them use the local fibers. There's a way they do them to use them. But then the boys one time were laughing in class, and they used to call those girls abachinjaji. Abachinjaji, you know, the butcher, I think. So we talked to the boys. We engaged the boys to advocate for them because we told them, now look here, if this girl is not your sister, she's your mother, she will be your wife, she will be your auntie, or even your grandma. So whatever you do right now, remember that in future, you will have even girls or even a wife. Will you behave like this? So we brought them on board, and now we have the boy ministry. You can imagine a boy standing in front of maybe the assembly and addressing no more violence at school, no more ABC at school. And even in Uganda, His Majesty, during his birthday, Abami Mubera Basare, not only in HIV, but also in domestic violence. In most cases, a few of the women do it, by the way. We got some cases in Chegegwa, in COVID, that some women beat their husbands.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah. Because the husbands cannot come up straight and say, I was beaten. They just say, I fell. I think I was moving from the bathroom. I fell and, you know. But somehow some of them told us, and we brought it on board. So we are bringing them in on board to help us talk about this. We are bringing everyone on board to, why beat someone you love so dearly? Why do you say dear, then next time you say this dog? So we bring up such verses. But all in all, it all comes back to the family values as I conclude. When you love your family, if you want peace in the world, if you want peace in your country or even in the neighborhood, you just go back home and love your family. Everything will be okay. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you and thank you and thank you. I think we've come to the close. Please allow me ask them to just say one word in summary. Just one word. Only one word. Canon?
Nation building is a collective effort. Do your part.
One word. Thanks. Hallelujah. Thank you. Yes, Reverend Father.
Being positive and enthusiastic.
Wonderful. Thank you, Florence.
I'm leaving you with a verse. John 10:10. Those who have the Bible or that Bible or on your phone or if you go back home, I have come to have life and have it in its fullness. So let's go have life in its fullness, beginning with our homes. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you and thank you and thank you. Dear friends, thank you so much for listening to us, the religious leaders. We want to let you know that before God, according to Galatians chapter 3 and verse 38, there is neither Jew nor Gentile. There is neither Choli, Myankole, Muchiga, Muganda. Before the Lord, we are equal. We are one. As long as it's in your power, please live at peace with one another. And above all these things will pass away. The name, the big cars, the money, but one thing will remain: love. Please love your God and love your family and the people around you. May the Lord bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Reverend Lydia, Nsalech Taimbwa, and our distinguished panelists. Let us appreciate them as they head to their seats. We are quickly coming to the winding down of our conversation this evening. I hope it has been an opportunity for us to reflect. I hope there are questions that we have asked, maybe some answers that we have got today. I have been reliably informed that the Right Honorable Prime Minister will be joining us shortly. But before she comes, I would like to invite Director Ruth Sechindi, Director Monitoring and Inspections at the Uganda Human Rights Commission, to take us through a brief plenary until our chief guest comes. When she arrives, we will stop at whatever point we will be. We will sing the anthems and we will receive her message. Director Ruth, you're very welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a great day, and I think we've all had a great time. We have had a candid discussion. We have been as truthful as truth can be. We have listened to different sectors of governance and community affairs, and it would be wrong for us to walk out of this room without listening, having a plenary of listening to certain voices. So we are going to have a brief plenary, as Pauline has said, and if you have a word to say, a question to ask, please raise your hand, and then we can start from there. Yes, sir, in white.
Thank you very much. I listened into the conversations and the panels intently.
Please give us your name and then...
Christopher Okidi is my name. I am here serving my kingdom as assistant to the Prime Minister. But the views I'm going to express here are entirely mine. I have listened intently from the beginning up to now. And I think we have the methodology wrong on peace and conflict resolution in this country. First of all, if you just look at the structure of the discussions today, you realize the panelists are old people. I did not see any intergenerational perspective emerging from the discussion. That means we are framing the issues wrong in the first place, because as a conflict expert, and I just returned from South Sudan recently, as a conflict expert, I can tell you that the conflict issues then and now have changed. I wish the Honorable Norbert Mao was here, because I was DP National Youth Leader when Mao was here. And when we were planning for election in 2021, I told Mao, you're going to be number 3 in elections in Gulu. That's what I told him. And he said, Okidi, why are you saying that? I told him, you see, the people who are going to vote are people born from the year 2000. If you go and tell them there was conflict in northern Uganda, they don't know. They will listen to Bobby Wine's music, Masape, and vote for him. And that is also still the same problem we find ourselves in. When you also go to younger people's meetings, you'll find young people alone having monologues.
And to the point, just
yes,
give us a point.
having monologues to themselves. But anyway, just to cut the whole story short, I am saying that peace building in this country requires intergenerationality, because conflict issues and the conflict fault lines in this country have even changed. The young versus the old, they don't even invite each other for meetings and panels and monologues. That is supposed to tell you something. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we have the lady on my right?
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you very much, Human Rights Commission.
and the UN family for having invited us here. My name is Arozo Thieno. I work with an NGO called Center for Conflict Resolution, working peace building. Generally, that's the term, but we do a lot, mediation, reconciliation, and everything. There is a lot to say. Unfortunately, we do not have time. I believe this is just the beginning of the dialogues. For those of us who may not be aware, International Peace Day has always been celebrated with support, especially from the UN family, and organized through the Office of the Prime Minister, the peace building desk. But for, I think, the last 4 years, that has been missing. So we are happy to be here. Just to cut all the stories short, the issue of whether we need a framework for the conversation to continue, we believe, yes, we do need a framework. Allow me to give one quick example. When the Juba Peace Talks started, the discussions were very gender insensitive, so we had the Women Peace Coalition getting involved, and it took us to remind our government that, yes, there is an international resolution, UN 1325, on peace, women, peace, and security, for them to be able to allow us. So much as we think that these policies don't work, it's good to have them in place. So I believe that the proposed commission should take on, if I listened carefully to the minister, I think the structure is a little different, and thank God that is not yet in place. We can all make inputs into that. More so because of the word that he brings in of reconciliation. This country has never had this opportunity of truth-telling, openness, reconciliation, and forgiveness. And without that, we cannot move forward. Now, as for the framework, we've also been battling also still with the peace-building platform chaired under the Office of the Prime Minister, with a lot of support again from UN bodies. UNICEF, UNDP has been at the forefront, civil society, some government departments, to have a peace policy developed for this country. This process started way back in 2005. We actually started it together with Kenya, using the same consultant. Kenya's is up and running. We are still battling. Right now, we are in almost the semi-final draft for that peace policy, and we believe that this will help. On issues of challenges like the young brother mentioned, those should all be covered, because the policy is supposed to look at the root causes of the different topics of the conflicts, violence, the dynamics, intergenerational issues, the frameworks to be used at the different levels, national, district, up to the local level. Because without that, we cannot move forward. Like someone also, just winding up, somebody also said that there cannot be development without peace. During one of our projects in Karamoja, when we're involving the Karachuna, a term some of you may not know, those are the youth warriors. We would teach them as an organization, you're talking about peace building, then they would ask us, shall we eat peace? You cannot eat peace. So all this we are doing, let's also bring in a comprehensive, holistic way of addressing the issues.
Let's finalize.
Otherwise,
Let's give
that is just the last
an opportunity to one person, and I want a youth. Yes, the lady in maroon. Make it short, because the Prime Minister is arriving, and once she arrives, we wind up.
My name is Nama Gembe Aida. So my question is to the lady for the chairperson, Interfaith Women.
I beg your pardon, please speak louder.
I'm the chairperson, Interfaith Women. How are you helping to make sure that when they are preaching to us in the mosque, in the churches, and wherever people of different religions pray from, they're not encouraging these congregations to actually hate each other? Because the hate may not be amongst the leaders, but then amongst the congregation. How are you helping out in that?
Thank you very much. One more hand. But before, yes, there's a hand on my left, and I think she will be the last.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to everybody. My name is Elizabeth Chobe. I work with the Youth Coalition for Youth Development. That's the organization. I'm a human rights activist. I appreciate everybody. My take from this, and of course to the youth that we are going to talk to, is let us take it even a notch lower. It has gone to the family. Let it go down to me, to myself, making sure that there is peace. Peace in my home, peace with my children, peace with everybody else. I think we can make peace, and it can begin with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will respond to the issue of framing the issues wrong, and that everyone who sat at this podium was old. Now, many times, the youth forget that you can't know where you're going before you know where you're coming from. And that the older generation have wisdom that we could use. This is the beginning of many more to come, and we thought it important to have a discussion and listen to our elders to flag us off when we are going to candidly discuss these issues. That's why we invited opinion leaders who speak and the world listen. That's why we invited political leaders who have a huge following and are respected in our communities. That's why we had cultural leaders, because with them, there's a full clan or tribe or following. That's why we had religious leaders. When they stand at podiums, the world listens. The congregations listen. So while we want to have this discussion, and while it's important to be inclusive, it was very important that when we are framing this discussion, we start with the leaders, those who we look up to, and those who we respect and who make an impression to many of us. And that is why we framed it the way we did. And we don't think we are wrong, but we maybe if we had 2 days, we would have had a platform for the youth. Now, we are going to have a series of more meetings where we are going to invite many more partners and parties, including the youth, the women, persons with disabilities, and the whole 9 yards. But it was very important that our leaders flag us off when we are starting this important discussion. I want to thank all of you for this discussion. There was a question that was raised to the, I think, the Reverend, Madam Reverend, if they can give you the microphone so that you can respond to the youth on what can be done when it comes to inculcating issues of unity amidst diversity when it comes to religion. Just keep it short and snappy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. While I was concluding there, I made it clear that as long as it's in our power to live at peace with one another. And I've worked with young people and I still work with young people. And what I know that we do, we always embrace young people, listen to young people, advise young people, do life with the young people. So look out for those meetings, be it at the mosque or at church, that really address the young people's needs. And indeed, you will be listened to and you'll be helped. The key message here is to love one another and please live at peace. It starts with us. Great, thank you.
Thank you so much for the plenary as the Prime Minister walks in. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that plenary. I will invite us all to stand and receive our chief guest, the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Robin Anabanja. You are very welcome. Let us appreciate her with a hand clap, accompanied by the Chairperson, Uganda Human Rights Commission, and the UN Resident Coordinator. No. I will invite our hosts to stay at the podium, and I will invite the Chairperson to welcome the Right Honorable Prime Minister. I had been guided, but with the guidance of our chief guest, we shall have the national and East African anthems at this point. So I will request that we stand and have the national anthem first and the East African anthem. I might have to sing. Are we ready or should I sing? We are privileged to have the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda with us this evening as we close what has been a very honest conversation, Right Honorable Prime Minister. It is now my privilege to invite the Chairperson, Uganda Human Rights Commission, to invite you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, to make your remarks.
Thank you, Pauline. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we are very honored and privileged to receive you. And on behalf of the Uganda Human Rights Commission and all of us here, we are very grateful that you accepted our invitation, put aside your busy schedule, and came to join us today. As at this dialogue commemorating the International Day of Peace. Before you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, is the UN Resident Coordinator. We also have heads of political parties. We have cultural leaders or their representatives. We've had ambassadors. We've had representatives from the academia, eminent persons, civil society, members of the Uganda Human Rights Commission, staff of the Uganda Human Rights Commission, UN agencies, and many others. And Right Honorable Prime Minister, without taking so much of your time, I wish to request you to deliver to us your message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I'm here on behalf of the President. I'm not here in my capacity as Prime Minister. So, Madam Chairperson of Uganda Human Rights Commission, the UN Resident Commissioner and Coordinator, Her Excellency Susan Ngonji Namondo, the heads of diplomatic corps, the chairpersons of cultural leaders, religious leaders, fellow political and opinion leaders, I'm going to read the President's speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you, the organizers, for this dialogue to commemorate the International Day of Peace, which was supposed to be on 21st September this year. And the theme of this year's commemoration is End Racism, Build Peace. In Uganda, we do not have issues of racism, xenophobia, and the Islamophobia as experienced in other parts of the world. However, we have faced other forms of sectarianism based on tribe, religion, and gender. The concept of peace is one which resonates deeply with our ideology as a national resistance movement. And we have taken measures over the years to ensure that peace subsists. You all recall the battles we have fought with Allied Democratic Forces, ADF, the LRA of CONI, etc. We continue to ensure that our borders remain secure from all types of threats. Uganda is also a safe haven for people fleeing from insecurity from other parts of the world. And at the same time, Uganda remains one of the biggest exporters of security to our brothers and sisters in the region and beyond. This speaks to the country's credentials of maintaining peace and security for humanity beyond just our borders. Uganda has reason to commemorate this day because of where we have come from, where we are, where we are heading. I am glad that Ugandans are now working and waking up to have useful discussions such as this one, which are aligned to the original NRM ideology. At the heart of our government has been the push to consolidate national unity and eliminate all forms of sectarianism. Why should we be slaves to tribe? Why should we be slaves to religion? We must transition from the small enclaves of tribal affiliation to a modern state where economic, social, and political security lies in bigger and stronger communities. It is not about the geography of where one comes from, but rather our interests that should make us who we are and who we want to be. This is why the government of Uganda is consistent and championing of a larger regional blocks, that is the East African community and the continental blocks. It is therefore important for humanity to recommit promoting values that promote peace, unity, and challenge violence in all its forms, be beat domestic violence, insurgency, extremism, radicalism, or polarization. Dear guests, I'm aware that the panelists from today's sessions have committed to processes that allow for various stakeholders to build consensus of respective opinions on the path that they would like our country to take in order to sustain prevailing peace and harmony. I welcome efforts by all of you who seek to provide safe spaces to both state and non-state actors to talk, to discuss, to build relations, cohesion, and trust, as well as agree on a shared path for Uganda. This is possible and can be achieved through joint efforts. I consider this as a groundbreaking event for more regular, meaningful dialogues from which both government and the citizens can find solutions to challenges that afflict society. On this note, let me conclude by emphasizing that human rights are not just about civil and political rights, but rather all the issues that communities are grappling with. For example, peace and security are human rights. Humanitarian preparedness and response is human rights. Human development is human rights. I want to encourage the Ugandan Human Rights Commission, together with our friends, the United Nations family, and all well-meaning partners, to invest more in regularizing such constructive forums that will inspire the right tone of peace, unity, and development. As government, we pledge our commitment to remain engaged and supportive of your efforts. I thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. We will now stand up and sing the anthems in reverse order. And thereafter, Right Honorable Prime Minister will request your indulgence for just a few photographs, if it pleases you. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I would now request the chairperson, Uganda Human Rights Commission, and the members of the commission, the United Nations Resident Coordinator, and heads of I now request the representatives of political parties present to join the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Thereafter, we will have the cultural leaders. Yes, we can now have the cultural leaders. Thank you. Thank you very much, cultural leaders. I would now like to invite the religious leaders present. Thank you, our dear cultural leaders. Thank you very much, our religious leaders. I'll also invite opinion leaders and political leaders in the room. Thank you very much. Our distinguished guests, I will now invite the chairperson and UN resident coordinator to escort the Right Honorable Prime Minister out of the hall. And to thank you all, our distinguished guests, for honoring our invitation. Our international dialogue on the International Day of Peace has officially come to a close. I thank you all.